Welcome to this EFSA Technical meeting with Member States in the frame of updating the guidance on environmental risk assessment for GM plants. I would like to welcome very warmly the experts from the Member State competent authorities that have joined us in a large number. I'm very happy about this. Also the experts from the GMO panel and from the GMO panel working groups, my colleagues from EFSA, and the colleague from the European Commission that has joined us. Welcome also to the online viewers that are able to watch this meeting worldwide and live. We are here in Germany, in Berlin, hosted by the BWL, the Bundesamt für Verbraucherschutz und Lebensmittelsicherheit, which is the home institution of one of our GMO panel members, Detlef Bartsch, here right next to me. And I would like to take this opportunity and thank him and his colleagues from the BWL that have already put an enormous amount of work into the preparation of this meeting. And specifically, I'd like to mention Stephanie Schmidt, Michael Sprichard, and Robert Reimer, among others that have helped a lot with the preparation. As I have mentioned before, we are here in the frame of updating the guidelines for environmental risk assessment of GM plants. Now, updating guidelines is a regular exercise for the GMO panel, and it is done on all guidelines to ensure that we are always in line with the scientific state of the art. For these particular guidelines, the guidelines on GM plants, we already had a number of updates before, in 2005, 2006, and the last one was in 2008. But this one was not on environmental risk assessment, but on the sections of molecular characterization and food feed safety assessment. And this update is now actually in the process of becoming a regulation. I would like now to very briefly outline the background of updating the environmental risk assessment guidelines. It is work that has been initiated by EFSA actually already in 2007, so it's quite a while ago, and we have received a mandate from the European Commission in 2008 that was asking to update this ERA guidelines with a number of specific aspects. Keywords here are receiving environments, non-target organisms, long-term effects, design of field trials. What was also stated in the mandate of the European Commission is that it is the objective that the guidance document on environmental risk assessment will have regulatory status and will be adopted by the Member States with the support of risk assessors at national level. So we can expect that once the guidelines are finalized by the EFSA GMO panel, there will be a similar process initiated as is now ongoing for the other sections of the guidelines. So EFSA has worked now for over 2 years on coming to documents, on conceiving documents, and 2 of them are already available. They are draft documents that encompass, on the one hand, all aspects of the ERA guidance, the ERA guidance draft document, and on the other hand, we have a second one, a draft opinion that focuses on the aspects of non-target organisms. These 2 documents have been submitted to public consultation, which has been closed at the end of April. And now we are here in this meeting to discuss the comments that have been made by the Member State experts on these 2 draft guidance documents. The discussions here are very important for the GMO panel and for the working group experts in the process of now revising the draft documents based on all the comments that have been received. So we hope for a very good discussion on the comments from the Member State experts that will inform the GMO panel members and the working group members. You all have seen tables that lists all the comments. They are background documents to this meeting. The draft documents, as they were submitted for the public consultation, are also available. It's also downloadable from the EFSA web page, both the tables and the draft documents, so that all the online viewers also have the same background documentation as we have here. I would also like to mention that later on this year in the fall, there will be also a possibility in the frame of regular meetings that EFSA has with applicants and with non-governmental organizations for those stakeholders to discuss on the ERA guidance document and their comments. The outcomes, besides of course having a very relevant discussion and informing the panel experts, will be a technical report that EFSA will draft and then send to all of you for your comments, and that we will publish on the EFSA web page. And that will take approximately 4 weeks, we assume. In addition, we will have a very short meeting summary that we will publish right after this meeting, also on the EFSA web page. And that was a very brief introduction to this meeting. I do not want to take any more time away, but I suggest before we go into the discussions and to the presentation of Detlef, that we introduce ourselves by having a very short tour de table. And maybe Detlef, I may ask you to start the tour de table.
Okay, thank you very much, Elisabeth. So my name is Detlef Bartsch. I'm an ecologist. I am a member of the EFSA GMO Panel and had the pleasure to chair this self-tasking working group on the ERA guidance document together with my colleague Salvatore, who is next for NTOs in this very important activity. I think this should be enough for the introduction. Salvatore.
Thank you, Detlef, and good morning, everyone. I think most of you know me because I see some nice smiling faces from colleagues around. And but just a few words for those of you who haven't met me before. My name is Salvatore Arpaia, and I am an Italian scientist. I'm an entomologist by training. I've worked on insect ecology for, well, more than 20 years, and most of these have been dedicated to study on interaction between insect and GMOs. I'm working in Italy for NIR, which is a research institute, a large research institute which recently changed name officially as the Agency for New Technology, Energy and Sustainable Economic Development. And I am also a member of the GMO panel with EFSA, and I had the privilege of chairing this work on non-target organisms. And you have read, I wish to thank you from the very beginning for the comments we received, and we will have a little time to discuss later on. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeremy Sweet. I'm from the UK. I've been working on the environmental and economic impacts of GMOs for about 20 years. I'm a member of the GMO panel and a member of the environmental working group.
Good morning. My name is Antoine Messiaen. I'm from France. My background is agronomy, and I am a member of the GMO panel and also a member of the working group on this ERA guidance document.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geoff. I am from Hungary. My background and home institute is the Saindrenan University, Gödöllő. My background is plant protection, entomology, and integrated pest management. I am a member of the EFSA GMO Panel and Environmental Working Group.
Good morning, my name is Paul Hengro. I'm from Denmark. I come from the National Environmental Research Institute at University of Aarhus. I am a soil ecologist and soil ecotoxicologist, and I have been involved for many years in assessing effects of different agricultural measures. And recently I was coordinating an EU project, EcoGen, on GMOs and their effect on the soil environment. And now I've been participating in the NGO working group. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lucia Roda. I am a molecular biologist. I come from the Ministry of the Environment in Spain. I deal with the environmental risk assessment of GMOs, also as a member of our National Committee on Biosafety. And now I'm collaborating with EFSA, working on the environmental risk assessment guidance document.
Good morning. I'm Geoff Squire from SCRI at Dundee in the UK, a biologist. I'm contributing to the environmental risk assessment revised guidance document.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Manachini. I come from Italy. I'm working for the University of Palermo. I'm entomology and soil biologist. I'm working for the impact of GMO on target for the expert for EFSA.
Good morning. I'm Cristina Chueca. I work for the INIA, the Agricultural Institute of Spain, and I am a member of the Environmental Risk Assessment Working Group.
Good morning. My name is Detlef. I belong to the French Food Direction Ministry of Agriculture. My background is agronomy, biosurvey, and plant health topic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stengel. I'm from the European Commission. You probably don't know me because I'm not usually following this file, but my colleague Joanna Ispas was not available, so I'm here to follow the meeting. I just wanted to say that the European Commission really value this work, and as I will not make the whole story again, but I will say that, as you heard, the intention of the Commission is to give a normative status to the revised version of the document when it will be finished. So that's the main point I want to raise for the moment.
My name is Beatrix Sappeser. I'm coming from Germany, from the Federal Agency for Nature Conservation, which is part of the Environment Ministry in Germany. And I'm their head of division for GMO regulation and biosafety. And I'm a plant physiologist and molecular biologist.
Good morning to everybody. I'm Martin Batic. I'm coming from Slovenia, and I work with the Minister of the Environment and Spatial Planning, which is responsible for Directive 2001/18, and my background is biotechnology.
Good morning. My name is Mark Vilkens. I work for the Dutch GMO office, which is the executive office for the Ministry of the Environment. I'm replacing Frank van der Wilk, Secretary of the National Advisory Body, COGEM. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rosario Graça. I work in the Portuguese Environment Agency, which belongs to the Ministry of Environment, and is responsible as the competent authority for Directive 2001/18. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Diana Bellin. I work in the University of Verona as a plant biotechnologist. My colleague Massimo Dredone, which was nominated, couldn't be here, so I'm here in his place. And we both work with the transgenic plants for research purposes in plant biotechnology.
Good morning. My name is Bernadette Murray, and I work with the Environmental Protection Agency in Ireland, which is the competent authority under Directive 2001/18.
Good morning, everyone. I am Odetta Zavoriana from the Ministry of Environment of Lithuania, Nature Protection Department, GMO Division. I'm working in this division for about 10 years, and my background is plant genetics. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josef Kubíček, and I work at the Ministry of the Environment of the Czech Republic, which is also being competent authority under directive, and also I'm a member of the Secretariat of our Commission for the use of GMOs.
Good morning. My name is Zbigniew Dabrowski. I'm an entomologist, ecologist, and working in the past on environmental risk of pesticides application, later 20 years on classical plant resistance, and since 93 on GMO effects on non-target organisms. I'm Deputy Chairman of the National Committee on GMO at the Ministry of Environment in Poland. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Félix Ortego. I work for the Spanish National Research Council. I am an entomologist, and I have collaborated with the National Commission on Biosafety as an expert for the last 12 years.
My name is Matti Sarvas. I come from Finland. My background is research on molecular bacteriology and work to develop biotechnical applications. I'm the chairman of the National Board for Gene Technology, which is a competent authority for both directives, and I'm also affiliated with the National Institute of Health and Welfare in Finland.
Good morning. I am Elisabeth Lundqvist from Sweden, and I work at the Swedish Board of Agriculture. I am a biologist, and I have a PhD in genetics with focus on population genetics. And I also will take the opportunity to say that Sweden is in general very positive to EFSA's draft on the guidance and consider that it is of high quality. The guidance represents the progress in the work of develop common and transparent methods for environmental risk assessment. And Sweden would like to stress the importance of EFSA's guidance to be a living document. That is, it should be updated on a regular basis with up-to-date knowledge from application of the guidance, research on GMO influence on the environment, and development of methods within risk analysis and risk assessment. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Andreas Heissenberger. I'm working at the Umweltbundesamt, the Environment Agency of Austria. I'm deputy unit head there of the Department of Biosafety and Land Use. And my department is responsible for evaluating the environmental issues of the dossiers on behalf of the competent authorities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Saint-Ponant, and I'm coming from France. I'm working at the University of Paris, and the field of my interest, scientific interest, is plant pathology, molecular plant pathology, especially dealing with how to deal with mycotoxin in plants and how to use plant genes to fight against mycotoxins. And I belong to the High Council for Biotechnologies. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Geoff Hilton, and I work at the National Environmental Research Institute in Denmark. I'm a population ecologist and been involved in risk assessment for a good deal of years.
A very good morning to all of you. My name is Adinda de Schrijver, and I work at the Division of Biosafety and Biotechnology, which is a division of the Scientific Institute of Public Health in Belgium. We are one of the assessment bodies in Belgium. The second one, which is the Belgian Biosafety Advisory Council, and both the assessment bodies have provided comments to the EFSA ERA guidance document, so I will be presenting both of these assessment bodies.
Good morning, I'm Louise from the UK. I'm a member of our authority that regulates the deliberate release of GMOs, and I'm also the secretary to ACA, our advisory committee on the deliberate release of GMOs, and it's their comments that were put forward on the environmental risk assessment guidance, and I'll be reflecting those today.
Good morning. I am Katalin Rodics from Hungary. Until the last week, I worked for the Ministry of Environment, but now we are involved in the former Ministry of Agriculture, and the new name will be the Ministry for Rural Development. So I I am the head of the biological department, and my background, I am a biologist, and I make my PhD for genetics and toxicology. And we are responsible for the GMO issue in the new ministry also. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sylvie Mesak, and I work for EFSA, and in particular on the unit dealing with GMOs.
Good morning. I'm Karine Leroux, scientific officer in the GMO unit and providing support to the working group updates and our guidance documents.
My name is Elisabeth Waigmann. I work as the deputy head for the GMO unit of EFSA, mainly on horizontal issues. Originally, I come from Austria, and my background is in biochemistry and plant molecular biology. So thank you very much. This concludes the tour de table. I would like now to move to the next point, which is adoption of the agenda. May I ask you, do you know of any issues that you would like perhaps to add to the agenda? We cannot rearrange the order very easily, but we can add something under point 8 where we have left a spot for ad hoc issues. Doesn't look like it. In case you think of an additional issue during the discussions, there is still the possibility to raise the issue, and we can add it at the end of the agenda. Keep that in mind. That now leads to our first presentation point, which is Detlef Bartsch's presentation, giving a general introduction and an overview on the public comments that we have received. Detlef, may I ask you?
All right. Thank you, Elisabeth. So what I want to do is now, with the next 7, 8 slides, to give you a little bit of state of the art, where we are now and what type of comments we received, before I hand over to my dear colleagues here on my right side to go into more details of the ERA guidance document and, if necessary, also on the opinion on non-target organisms. The microphone is okay? No background noise? Okay. Then may I have the next slide, please? An important thing to mention is this disclaimer that all information provided in the present document is currently under discussion in the respective working groups and should not be considered as the final opinion of the EFSA GMO panel. Any recommendations or suggestions included in this document may be subject to major change or overturns completely. And we should be considered solely on the basis that there are work in progress. Okay, with that, the formal thing, we can jump into the view back where we are, the general mandate which EFSA received in March 2008. So we are actually working more than 2 years now on this document. Terms of reference was agreed. We had an interim state of play meeting with DG Environment and the member states. And then nearly from March 2009, we continuously worked on the issue with in-between consultation meetings we had 16th, 17th and 18th of June in 2009 with applicants, separately with member states. And it's interestingly that we are exactly on the same date like we were last year, in the same room and with a lot of same young faces I see here in the round. 18th of June we had environmental organizations and NGOs, and then we continued to work with public consultation during March and April of this year, where we received a whole bunch of comments, and I will present you some statistics in a minute. Okay, we are now here in this meeting, and I explain why we are specifically here meeting with representatives of member states, and we hope to be ready with the final document in November. Still a hard work to do and a long way to go, but it's possible from the point of view as I see it now. Next slide, please. So we plan to go not to all, but the major points during this meeting. starting now with the general outcome of the public consultations, the ERA guidance document, the NTO's scientific opinion. And then we move on and to more discussion points, and we picked up the most important points, specifically considering what you from the member states put on the on comments in this consultation round. So strategies for environmental risk assessment of GM plants, including the general approach of environmental risk assessment, and there specifically problem formulation and further steps, which will be done by my colleague Jeremy Sweet. Of course, non-target organisms, hot topic, done by Salvatore Arpaia. Receiving environment, an important point from the Commission mandate, will be dealt with by my colleague Geoff. And impact of the cultivation management and harvesting practices by Antoine Messiaen as well. And then we have at the end, of course, the point other issues related to the environmental risk assessment, which may cover everything that we may have forgotten on the first points here. Next one, please. We had a number of comments received, and this is an overview relating to the different chapters of the proposed document. There is a number of 494 comments, but there are more items than 494. When I go through the various comments, I counted personally close to 1,200 different items which were commented on during the consultation. And of course, everything is helpful what we received because it's such a difficult and comprehensive exercise. So we are really thankful for all the comments we received. When you look on the different chapters here, there are some differences. So, for example, the abstract was quite okay, 0 comment. But on the other hand, the chapter that received individually most comments as a chapter is the one on non-target organisms, 3.4 with 64. The cross-cutting considerations here with 88, I'm picking up randomly some of them, including receiving environments, stacked events, statistical considerations as a grouping is also quite heavily represented here. And when I go more on the top of this figure, objects of the different steps, 2.2 with roughly, when I put them all together, it's also very important to discuss. So we go to the most important ones. What I want to mention is at the bottom of this slide, PMEM, which stands for Post-Market Environmental Monitoring. This one is a bit outside the mandate we received. So we are hesitating to touch monitoring. You remember we had assessed tasking activities from 2004 to 2006. And we do not see that there is a strong need now to change the general approach of post-market environmental monitoring. We want to talk about environmental risk assessment, but I can assure you we are considering continuing our work after November with monitoring. We received, for example, a number of very helpful suggestions for new publications. Of course, there is scientific progress, and we will take it into account. Right, I can jump into some other details. Next slide, please. This is a grouping more towards the chapters, and you see here that the most important chapter are the specific areas of risk, starting with persistence and invasiveness, and ending with biogeochemical cycles. So this one will be touched as most important one today. Cross-cutting considerations, second, the steps on the era of GM plants, third, and all the other ones. What is specifically interesting in terms of member states, next one, is the comments divided from stakeholders. And you see that member states including those who are associated with the European Union, so Switzerland and Norway as well, by far commented the most. So more than half, so 254 out of these 494 were received from member states, and this is one reason why we are here. So we want to discuss with you these comments received and maybe highlight the major approaches and where we differ. And I can tell you that there were comments opposing. That's for sure. When we have 27 member states and many other stakeholders, there are different opinions on this, and what we try to figure out is what we can do best in applying science to the risk assessment. Interestingly, all the other stakeholders here, industry, European, international institutes, and NGOs, environmental organizations, are equally, more or less around 75, 76 comments that they've sent, also very helpful, and you can imagine also not expressing the same view on certain issues. Surprisingly low comments from individuals and others, so again, the majority comes from you, from the member states. Next one, please. This is a slide differentiating on the country of origin, and you see this is also the reason why we are here in Germany. So most comments were received from Germany. We didn't know beforehand, but so 74 from Germany, Austria 2, Netherlands place 3, 26, UK, France, Spain, Belgium, Finland, Italy, and Czech Republic. What is also interesting to notice is that 17 other EU member states did not comment at all, and I would like to get some feedback why this was the case, whether they are totally satisfied, I can't imagine, but maybe what other reasons are behind this non-commenting. So I think it's maybe also a missed opportunity. You could have also used the opportunity to say EFSA is working well, so it would also be good. Be heard, of course, yes. Then, very surprisingly, and I'm happy that Switzerland took the opportunity to provide a number of comments, and that also Norway. I interpret this as a sign that they are considerably trying to become member of the European Union as well in the next future. So thank you for these comments. Right, next slide, please. So we are already here at the point where I stop giving this brief overview and would then like to hand over to my dear colleague Jeremy, trying to have the first ball in the field and getting feedback on these strategies for environmental risk assessment of the GM plants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Detlef. What I would like, we have the next slide, please. What I would like to do is just to briefly remind you of the overall structure of the guidance document that we have produced, and also mention some of the differences between this new proposed version and the one that we were working with before. The main differences, I think, are that we have merged together the assessments of plant-to-plant gene flow together with the consequences of gene flow, particularly thinking about persistence and invasiveness. So we have put those characterizations together. What we have also introduced is we've tried to make more systematic the step-by-step approach to risk assessment. And we have listed the main steps, which are first, problem formulation, second, hazard characterization, third, exposure characterization, fourth, risk characterization, then looking at the value of any risk management strategies, and then coming to an overall conclusion on risk. And we feel that this is the approach that should be taken in looking at all of the particular issues and characteristics of the GM plant, which are listed under the left-hand column in 3. The other thing that we have tried to do is to put more emphasis on some of these cross-cutting issues. So as Detlef has mentioned, we have written separate chapters to discuss choice of comparators, because again we are sticking to the risk assessment approach, which is a comparative one, so the GM plant is always compared with the closest conventional counterpart. So we have a chapter on choice of comparators, on the seeding environments, which Joseph Kish will talk about later. Quite a lot on statistics, experimental design, studies of field trial design, analysis of results, power, and so on, which won't be discussed today, but we certainly welcome any comments that you may have on that. Long-term effects and stacks, how we deal with stacked genes and events stacked by hybridization. So that is the general approach that we have put in this guidance document. And what I thought first of all, or what we thought first of all, is perhaps you might like to comment on this overall approach before we then start looking at each section in a little bit more detail. So I would welcome, if we go to the next slide, I would welcome any comments from you on the general approach that we have proposed in the guidance document.
Thank you, Jeremy. So we have entered already the agenda point 2 now, which is the first part for the strategies of the environmental risk assessment of GM plants. And this is now the time for you to introduce your comments in that specific area. Okay. So, Louise, maybe you start.
Yes, thank you, Jeremy. And we thought the figure was very useful, and it set out the ideas for the document very clearly. We noted that we thought 3 ought to be specific areas to be addressed rather than risks, but that's a minor point. My question really is, how does the information requirements of Annex 3B in Directive 2001/18 fit in this context? Because does that get subsumed in the specific areas to be addressed, or does that sort of come ahead of this section when you're looking at an application? I mean, I think this is part of my bigger question about just looking at comparisons between a GM and a non-GM without doing any sort of problem formulation. This is just this generic collecting of information. So just interested to hear what you think in terms of how this information in Annex 3B is captured in the system.
Sorry, you're referring to the Annex B?
Annex 3B of Directive 2001/18 lays out information that's required, and generally when you have applications you get these dealt with first and then you launch into your specific areas of to be addressed, and generally there's quite a lot of duplication actually, but also the Annex 3B doesn't actually necessarily give you any sort of problem formulation. It's just asking for some sort of comparison and looking for difference, and then based on whether you find difference, then you look to see whether those differences might cause harm.
Well, I think those issues are addressed more in the problem formulation stage, so perhaps when we come to the discussion of problem formulation, we can talk about those issues a bit more. Because what we have tried to do is basically make problem formulation the first step in the risk assessment process. So if you look at the flow diagram, you see that it goes from the comparative safety assessment to the step-by-step approach and the problem formulation. So the first part of the problem formulation is to say what is the difference and what is the similarity between the GM and the non-GM. And then that takes you through the issues that you need to think about in the risk assessment. So that's the approach that we've taken.
Other comments? Adinda, please.
Thank you. Maybe I can respond to one of Detlef's questions on the amount of comments or member states that have not given any comments. So I want to point out that Belgium has only given comments on the section on NTOs, and because of lack of time to go through the whole document, which is actually a pity because it's a very important document and it will probably become even more important once it is adopted. So, but as said, we could not do any more. It's quite a huge document. It's about 100 pages, and the NTO document is another 50 pages, so that makes a total of 150 pages. So we would like EFSA, if it's possible, to have more time to comment on these type of documents. So we have received a time period of 2 months. But you need also to take into account that once the document is on the EFSA website, it needs to be distributed to people that will comment, and in the end, we, as a member state, we also need time to compilate all the comments. So that compilation would also take some time, maybe about 2 weeks. And given that these documents have been distributed also in March, and the consultation ended at the end of April. There was also a 2-week vacation period in that time, so that complicates for us the work to be done. So, in summary, I think we have about 3 weeks, maximum 4 weeks to comment on the document, and so we would like to ask EFSA if it's possible to have a bit more time to review these documents.
We will just get some more comments and then answer together. So I have here Sweden. Elisabeth, please.
Sweden is of the view that the guidance should have the same terminology as in the directive, or EFSA should make clear how the different terms relate to each other. So should I give an example? Like in this terms for the different steps in the environmental risk assessment in the paragraph 2.2 are not the same as those described in the directive. For example, point 3, which is in the directive is described as evaluation of the likelihood of the occurrence of each identified adverse effect, is termed as exposure characterization in the guidance. And there is a risk that the interpretation of this term may lead to a risk assessment that is not comprehensive. And identify risk doesn't always imply that something has to be exposed to something.
Then, thank you. We have a comment from Germany.
Thank you very much. I would like to raise some questions. First of all, that somehow refers also to the terminology of the directive, because what is here addressed as step-by-step process is not the step-by-step process in the directive, and I think that is somehow of a problem when you are not knowing, is it a stepwise approach of the directive, in that saying that you have deliberate release and that you have a form of stepwise procedure with less confinement of your releases until marketing. That is one aspect I would like to raise, and maybe that is only a problem of terminology, but nevertheless I think it should be addressed, but otherwise it may be a little bit confusing. Second, Detlef, as you mentioned, that post-market environmental monitoring has not been touched upon somehow, and that can be seen in the document, but nevertheless the question arises, will it be part of the final document and get the same regulatory status as the environmental risk assessment as such? which we are discussing about, because that would be quite important at least for us, because as you may have realized, there were a number of comments on that section, and if we do not discuss, but nevertheless it will be part of the final document, then yeah, maybe you can explain how that should be dealt with. And I'm not sure about if I should address now also some more question of content in the sense of baseline questions and comparative assessment, or if that should be at a later stage. Okay.
Yeah, I can already answer maybe before our colleagues respond to some of the issues. Of course, we realized in terms of wording 2001-18, and as the word 2001 indicates, it's a more or less 10-year-old document. And from a practical point of view, when you deal with these applications, you come across that there is in the legislation kind of redundancy. For example, this plant gene flow and persistence and invasiveness things, that we thought if we merge it from a practical guideline for applicants' point of view, it still fulfills the requirement of the 2001-18, but it can be, the redundancy can be overcome. We will seriously consider to look again that we are in line, of course, with 2001-18. 2001-18 is the Bible for us, that's for sure. But as I said, there is from the practical experience the attempt to translate it in practicability, as always. And maybe one day, if 2001-18 is altered into something else, it's a constantly improving process. Yeah, post-market environmental monitoring, of course it's a valid question. When we started this exercise, it was not clear what status this document might become, and it's up to the legislators, the Commission, what they are going to do with our guidance and the text. They may decide that at the end the approach as such is still be valid, but needs to be improved, and it will be changed or not. So far, because of the workload, and you have seen it's really a big document, we simply also did not have the time to look or relook again on monitoring.
I would like to very briefly answer the comment from Belgium on the period for the public consultation. So EFSA internally we have a 6-week standard period, and we have already extended to 2 months because we know it's big documents, and I'm very sorry if it was still not enough to go through the whole document for the Belgian experts. You have also to keep in mind that we have a timeline for finalization, and we have tried to plan as well as possible to stick to this overall timeline. I'm so sorry about it, but it cannot be changed now. Yeah. And I think Commission wanted to answer on PMEM, right?
Yes, I just would like to say that we know that it's a big document and that there is a lot of work in this. Regarding the content of the final normative document, this will be discussed with the Member States in the second step. So we will organize working groups to discuss this document, how it will be built and what we will do with this. So this will be discussed in the second step with all the Member States. And regarding the content, if you have important comments to make in this second step, of course, we will discuss, but you need to make, each time you can, your comments on the consent to EFSA, because it's here that we need to discuss the consent. But of course, we will have working groups afterwards with the member states, and if you have important questions, we will be happy to discuss.
Okay. I think there were further, from Martin, I think, and then Netherlands. First Netherlands, I'm sorry, and then Martin. Yeah, yeah, and Hungary in this round. Yeah, we'll collect the three of you. Yeah.
We welcome the initiative of the EFSA to renew its guidance and consider this to be an important step towards harmonization of risk analysis in the EU. And we also appreciate the extensive amount of effort that is being made to realize this document and acknowledge the difficulties in the task to draw up a guideline that has to cover all the aspects of the era. And regarding to the timeline or the opportunity to submit any comments, from our side, we can comment that we were only able to look at the major points, and we were not able to look at all the minor issues in the document. Nevertheless, there were some things to comment on, and in general, we have three main comments, and the first one is the indirect and socio-economic effects overlap and are part of the political process. What we see in the documents, there is a distinction made between direct and indirect effects, and there are a lot of things said what could be taken aboard for indirect effects, but there is no limitation of scope, and that hampers, in our view, very much the assessment itself and also the regulatory process afterwards. Because, and also towards the applicants and the risk assessors, it's not really made clear where the scope ends, so what they should submit or what not. A second major comment or general comment is that the nature of the guidance seems to lean towards a discussion document instead of a guidance document. And that isn't particularly valid for the section 2.3, the cross-cutting considerations. In principle, we fully acknowledge the approach used by EFSA. It's international standard and also conducted within the Netherlands. But to our view, it could be more pointy, more statements made in the guidance, what is expected from the applicants. And that is also leans towards the third major comment we have, is there's not a clear distinction between obligatory and facultative data. So a lot of options put forward, but there it ends. And hopefully, we would like to see some more explicit guidance in that respect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then maybe we'll continue with Slovenia and then followed by Hungary.
Thank you. We would also like to thank the EFSA for this initiative, and we also are of the opinion that this document is a step forward in specifying the requirements on ERA, which are laid down in Directive 2001/18. Probably we have just one general remark that actually in this huge document we use many times different approaches. I count there is around 10 different approaches, and we suggest that we give them some explanatory notes. You know, we use, for example, step-by-step assessment approach, staged approach, stepwise approach. For these approaches, they are not explanations, but probably it could be better for understanding the document, because there are some explanatory notes, for example, for different effects.
Thank you very much. And then comment from Hungary.
Thank you very much. I just would like to inform you why Hungary didn't give comments to the document. It is not because we are not interested in the issue, but there were some communication problems in our country, so we also got the document just 1 week before the deadline. So, excuse me, this is why we couldn't make a comment to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'd like to give the floor now to the panel to answer.
Yeah, well, thanks very much for those comments. I was particularly pleased to hear the initial comment, I think, from Sweden, that this is a living document. And I think this is the difficulty we have, is that we have a living science-based document of risk assessment, which we're trying to fit with an old regulation on GMOs. And as many of you have pointed out, it doesn't fit perfectly. Well, I think that's the reality, and our emphasis was to try and produce a good science-based document that was taking into account all the relative new thinking on GMOs, risk assessment, and to have it based on science, which does mean that we've deviated away a little bit from 2018, but I think the deviations are actually quite small, and I don't think that matters too much. I think the other thing that I would just like to add is that this guidance document will be associated with the statutory regulations in the future, but I think it's very important that it does remain as an independent document that can be updated according to scientific needs and requirements, so that when you as member states are discussing this with the Commission, you need to make sure that the document can be modified and altered as required, because otherwise it would no longer be a living document, and I think most of us agree that it should be a living scientific document that can be regularly updated. Having said that, it's a huge task updating it, so hopefully that won't have to happen too often. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe one feedback now to our Dutch colleague, Marco. I see the wish, and it comes from several stakeholders, not only from member states, but also, for example, from industry, that they want to have, how to say, a very, very more prescriptive guidance. On the other hand, we must see that we have only a couple of crops with trade combinations out there. For them, looking backward, it's easy to give guidance. Looking forward, we need to be a bit more open, and that's why we decided we cannot produce a cookbook. That's for sure. But we see a point to give as much prescriptive guidance as possible, and we are considering it to be not too broad, but giving more guidance on this.
Do you want to answer on the issue immediately? Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I not misinterpreted that we want to have a cookbook, far from that, but now we see that the balance is on the other end of the equation, and so we hope that some more prescriptive elements are in the guidance. At this stage, we lack them too much.
Yeah, the other comment that you raised, Marco, was on the scope, and I know COGEM and maybe the Netherlands authority have difficulty over the issues of cultivation and the impacts of cultivation. And obviously there's been a lot of correspondence within Europe on how we should deal with issues like herbicide tolerance, when most of the impact is coming from an agrochemical which may or may not have been already regulated under other regulations. This is still quite an open area, and I think Antoine will discuss some of these issues later, but I think it does mean that within Europe we need, I think, to quite clearly consider the scope for the risk assessment of GMOs and the scope for the risk assessment of pesticides. And if there is an overlap, there needs to be clear guidance, I think, from the Commission on how this should be dealt with. And I think up until now we haven't had a very clear guidance from the Commission on how these overlapping effects between pesticides and GMOs should be dealt with.
Then I would like to ask for the next round of comments, and I have here Austria, Spain, and then France.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I also want to join the chorus in saying that we very much appreciate the work which has been done by the GMO panel and the expert groups. We also consider that a major step in improving environmental risk assessment, and we are quite happy about the development. I mean, however, you have seen we have quite a number of comments to this document, and as a general remark, I want to join our German colleague Beatrix in what she said. And even if I recognize that due to the development, the wording needs to be changed in relation to 2018, there are one major principle which I think should not be changed, and that's the step-by-step approach. And you use it here, and you correctly use it, it's a step-by-step approach, but it's not a step-by-step approach which is mentioned in the 2018. So it's really just a wording problem, and I think that can easily be done. We really would appreciate if that could be done in order to avoid this confusion. The second point is the post-market monitoring. If you look at the statistics, it's quite a point for many stakeholders, not only for the member states. And though this document will be discussed at the Commission level, at the member state level again, we have to be aware that this guidance document will be the basis for this discussion. And as Beatrice pointed out correctly, the part of the post-market monitoring has not improved as the rest of the document has. So I think there is work to be done, and it might be, and even if it's out of the scope, if you include it in the document and then send it to the Commission for the basis for this legal document, you might set the stage. And we rather would appreciate if it was out of the scope and it should not be included in the document, in the legal document, to leave it out of this and leave it for further discussion after the environmental risk assessment document has been published for further improvement, because we definitely think there is a lot of room for improvement regarding the monitoring. Thank you.
I would just like to briefly answer on that last point. I think EFSA has committed to the European Commission to support as much as wished in updates regarding post-market environmental monitoring. We have a separate guidance document that has been published by the panel, an opinion in 2006, if I remember. But if so wished, then EFSA will certainly support as much as needed. Next scientific comment, Spain, I think, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to come back to the issue of if the guidelines should be broader or more specific. We think that in the actual form is open to different interpretations. So it would be sometimes difficult for notifiers and for evaluators to see if the guidelines are followed or not. And then we wonder if it's possible maybe to add at an annex some kind of link between the guidelines and the notifications. Something like a checkbox, somehow that the notifier can say with yes, no, and why if they are fulfilling all these requirements that are in the guidelines. For instance, with the non-targets that are more familiar, but will be all the yields, different yields, especially for different yields, were tested, yes, no, and when not, why? Some explanation of why, because sometimes maybe, for instance, for the statistical recommendations, maybe not all the studies have followed these standards, but somehow maybe the notifiers can respond why they use a different experimental approach, something like that. It will be easier for both, for notifiers and also for the evaluators, because just now I think it's open to many different interpretations.
Thank you. And Brand, please.
Thank you. So, as general comments, thank you for the draft document. And I would just say some major points. The HCB is a little bit critical on the definition of the frame of reference. Conventional type agriculture as a reference system is in all the documents cited, but you don't cite organic agriculture. That's the first point. And EFSA proposed to carry out the environmental risk assessment of GM crop of the case by case basis, so that's the same remarks which has been done. While legitimate, this approach overlooks interaction between the different GM crop production systems. The other point is, and which is very important for us, is genetic diversity and its evolution near GM crop fields are not sufficiently taken into account in the document. And yes, in our committee, we have two committees, the scientific committee and the social, economic, ethic, and economic committee. And this committee calls for the development of additional guidelines that would take into account the socio-economic and ethical issue of GM crop assessment. So maybe it's not the scope today, but I would mention this point. And finally, for this special committee in France, this committee points to technical difficulties encountered while working on these documents. A more user-friendly format should be set up for public consultations. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Responses from the panel, please.
I'll just make comment. You made comments on the comparator and on genetic diversity. There are a number of reasons for not comparing GM crops with organic as a first step to risk assessment. One is that it's the minority agriculture in most member states. Obviously, there are some exceptions where organic agriculture is very important. But the other thing to consider is that at the moment, GM agriculture or GM crops would tend to replace conventional crops. They are not likely to be replacing organic crops. So therefore, on the basis of a substitution of a crop, you make the comparison with the one you're replacing, rather than with a crop that you're not likely to be replacing. So that's the basis of the assessment. But on the other hand, it is important to bear in mind the impact of other agricultural systems as well. In relation to genetic diversity, from the point of view of an environmental risk assessment, it is important to consider that the transgene can move from the GM crop into any other relative. And so the risk assessment should cover the fact that the transgenic event can move into any other crop type that's related, and also into wild species. Now, if you don't think that's explicit enough in the ERA guidance, then we can look at that again to make sure that is the scope of the risk assessment. But the risk assessment basically is assessing the transgenic event in any genetic background that it could end up in.
Any other comments from panel side? No? I would just like to comment on the not so user-friendly document. We learned after a couple of days also that people had troubles printing it because there were figures in there that were of a large size and some printers couldn't handle that. And we did replace it then with an easier to download and printable document, but it was our mistake. Sorry about that, and we will take care about this in the future. Yes.
It was just a comment.
Are there any further questions Yes, I see Germany and Hungary still, or, okay. So then I have Germany, please.
Thank you, first of all, because I forget it the last time. I really also like to thank EFSA and the GMO panel because we think that is really a big step forward in our discussions and in this document. But as I said, nevertheless, we had some points to raise, and one is what I like to follow what Franz just raised. That is the question of baselines and comparators. Because we think, for example, there's familiarity mentioned, and familiarity is mentioned as we understood it as in a normative sense, in saying familiarity somehow echoes acceptability. And what we would, for transparency reasons, would appreciate is to somehow really separate what is identified as hazard or damage and what then is the acceptability of these, in order to be very clear about that. And that combines with the aspect of comparators and baseline. Even as you have explained, you are not taking organic agriculture into account because as qualifying as a minority way of management. I do not want to challenge that in this place, but nevertheless, there will be very different, or there are different kinds of management, even if you take into account conventional agriculture. You have some form of integrated pest management, for example, or other forms which are to a certain extent also defined. And so I think it is quite important to be somehow clear what will be your comparator, what will be your baseline you take into account, because we are all, I think, aware, in addition, aware of the aspect that some forms, at least, of conventional agriculture are perceived as doing some damage to the environment. And do we want to have improvement, or do we want just to have the same status as before, at least with certain kinds of agriculture? So for that, having really as a transparent basis to decide upon, there should be, at least that is our perception, or that would our wish, have a clear separation between these tools to identify what is the damage, what is the hazard, and then say, okay, that is the range of acceptability we see, and that is the decision, or the decision is based on. That is one aspect, maybe another one later.
Salvatore, please.
If I may, at this point, I don't want to preempt the discussion we will have later on, but at this point it comes to my mind an example that may go in the direction Beatrix was asking. When it comes to NTO, we clearly said that, for instance, the comparison, well, the reasoning why organic culture currently cannot, on our legislation, contain any GMOs, so the two are clearly seen as separate. So when we ask for comparators in case of NTO, we clearly, now I can recall the exact sentence, but we clearly said the most common traditional practices in the area, taking into account the development of pest management, because we are all aware of the new directive on pesticides. So in 3 years, basically every pest management in Europe should be IPM. So we clearly stated in that part, again, I cannot remember the exact sentence, taking into account the development of the technique, in fact, because it's a technique that will be employed.
I mean, the points that you make are very important, but I think we need to think about what is required in a risk assessment, and then what is required when you come to a conclusion. The risk assessment has to compare the GM with something. So you make that comparison with the conventional, and then you say it's the same or it's different. But then you have the next step, which is your decision on whether the difference or even the similarity is acceptable. And if the crop, your conventional crop, is causing damage, then it may be that you come to the conclusion that the risk from the GMO is not acceptable either, even though it's the same as the conventional. So I think you have to separate here the risk assessment, which is to say whether the GM is different or the same as the conventional, from the risk conclusion and the acceptability of risk, which is a decision which you as member states and society makes on whether a risk or a level of damage is acceptable or not. And I think that's a separate issue, and it's something obviously that's being addressed by member states, because member states are moving, as Salvatore says, towards more sustainable agricultural systems. So hopefully the baseline is improving, and if the baseline is improving, then hopefully the assessment of GMOs is against an improving baseline. But I think you have to be careful to separate the risk assessment from how you come to a conclusion on acceptability of risk or harm.
Any responses? Any other comments from the member states? Yep.
Poland didn't submit its comments, but we have large conferences with a number of scientists and NGOs, and I would say that our discussion is covered with these 64 different comments from other colleagues, especially that there are few which reflect some groups in the Polish scientists, the precaution principle to be included in the final document, and of course risk of trophic relationships, right, in the environment, long-term aspects which is not maybe included for this discussion. So what we are looking for, how the panel will approach this task and include different comments. Some are contradicting. As I went by myself in 80%, which I could read. Others I could not read with my even glasses. So I wish the panel try to combine this, especially contradiction comments, right? So I see the big challenge, and I'm sure the panel, our colleagues will handle and submit good draft to the EFSA. But still 2 months is too short. But you are genius. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this encouraging remark. Any comments from the panel?
Yeah, all I can answer is that we try our hard, and I must remind you that although we have a lot of panel colleagues and ad hoc experts with a lot of experience from various countries, we are not working full-time for EFSA, although it seems to be, but we do it quite often also in free time, and this is the essence of collecting expertise from different member states who work in their member states on quite different issues sometimes. And EFSA has a problem with some experts to keep in line and to provide all the input that they are asking for. And that's why also this process might take a little bit longer than people might think. Oh, it's a document, 2 years should be done easily, but it isn't. And sometimes, okay, you have to come to a judgment, an expert judgment on controversial issues. All you can do is to be transparent, to explain why you came to this conclusion, and that's it. Although you know that not everybody is happy.
I think we have another comment from Lithuania, right?
For this document, the document is comprehensive and represents a big step forward in the era of GMO crops. And what we noticed that this guidance document introduces new terminology and new concepts that are not well defined. And what we noticed that requirements for testing various endpoints should have been represented more clearly, and examples of studies dealing with unintended effects should be included too. Such comments from Lithuania.
Thank you. Panel response? No? Jeremy?
Well, perhaps we can come to unintended effects a little bit later when we talk about the problem formulation, because it fits more into that part of the discussion. So could we leave it just till the next section?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I also would like to state that our experts in Finland found that the document is comprehensive and represents a big step forward in the risk assessment of GM crops, and especially the updated and detailed requirement for the choice of appropriate comparators, types of receiving environment, the experimental design of laboratory and field studies are very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Can we have more of this?
I do not see that there are any other comments to this particular section that we have Germany, I see. Okay.
I'm just sorry, I have only a question because I'm not sure when to raise these points, and that somehow is in the context of Chapter 2, and that refers to, for example, receiving environment and uncertainty question. Shall I raise it now or later?
Well, we will have time allocated to the receiving environment this afternoon, but, well, it depends.
So, if it fits well to the receiving environment, I would say let's discuss it in this context, and we could just have the coffee break a little early now and come back in 15 minutes. Or you have another comment?
Then, thank you, I'm sorry. I do not want to delay our coffee break, but one additional aspect I would like to raise, and that is the question about uncertainties and how to address uncertainties, because I think that is also an overall issue, and that may be rightly addressed in this section. And there was some reference to the precautionary principle by our Polish colleague, and I want to echo that, because I do not see in the moment how the precautionary principle, how uncertainties are really integrated and how they should be dealt with. Maybe you can comment on that, but at least I think there is the need for some more guidance how to deal with these aspects.
I think it will come afterwards in the next session, Jeremy, to answer that particular aspect, if that is fine for you. Okay? So then I would suggest we go for the coffee break, and we can have 15 minutes, a good one. So if you come back 20 minutes, yes, at 11:45 punctually, so that we can start the session again at 11:45. Okay? Thank you very much. Welcome back after the coffee break. We are now starting with agenda point 3, strategies for era of GM plants, problem formulation and further steps. And I would like to ask Jeremy to introduce the topic.
Right, thank you. If we could go to the next slide. Now you'll see in relation to the strategies for the risk assessment of GM plants that we had a number of comments on the different steps in the procedure, and particularly we had a lot of comments on problem formulation. So if we have the next slide. So the general strategy that we have outlined is that the environmental risk assessment starts with the problem formulation. And this is basically the intellectual exercise of gathering together all the available information that there is on the GMO, and then processing that information so that you can think about what further studies are needed, what the problems are, and so on. So, and in relation to some of the comments that have been made so far on problem formulation, the thinking was that the problem formulation would be the point at which you gather all the existing data. So you collect the molecular characterization, the data on compositional analysis, any agronomic and phenotypic studies that have been done, and any other information that's relevant. So it could be environmental studies in countries outside the EU, experiences gained in the cultivation of the crop in other regions, and so on. And I think one of the areas that perhaps we need to look at and re-emphasize in our guidance document is that at that point the applicants should be gathering together all the available information and considering all the available information so that they can then develop the problem formulation based on complete knowledge and understanding of the GMO. Our experience in the past has often been that applicants can be rather selective or for some reason don't consider important data. And this is an area which, following a lot of comments that we've had from people, we're currently working on at the moment to try and strengthen and to reinforce. Then obviously the problem formulation will help you to identify the differences, and then from the differences you determine whether these are likely to pose a hazard and so on, and then you do the exposure assessment. So you work your way through these steps from the problem formulation, hazard and exposure characterization, and from that you come to a view on risk. You then look to see whether there are factors influencing the level of risk. For example, is there a reduced fertility, or has the plant been changed in some way that, or going to be managed in some way that will have an effect on the risk? And then you come to a final conclusion on the overall risk. And if we move to the next slide. So the major comments that we've had on this, and we've already heard some of them, is whether we call this a step-by-step or a stepwise or a staged approach or whatever. And obviously people are concerned that this may be confused with the step-by-step approach which is advocated in 2018. So we will certainly look at that and try and make sure that the way we wish people to progress through the risk assessment does not get confused with the step-by-step approach to the release of GMOs. The problem formulation is a new element. We based a lot of our discussion on problem formulation on the document that was developed by ILSI in a paper that was published last year, but also on other thinking on problem formulation. And we felt very much that this intellectual exercise needs to be done at the beginning, and there needs to be a very clear thought processes developed by the applicants, so they make it very clear as to what they consider to be issues to be addressed, and why they do not consider other issues to be important, and therefore do not feature in the risk assessment. And within the problem formulation, obviously, we talk about the environmental protection goals and the objectives of the environment which need to be protected, and that the environmental risk assessment should be related to that. So the ultimate objective, obviously, is to protect the aspects of the environment which are considered valuable and important. And we have tried to define those in our document, but obviously in doing that, again, we have raised lots of comments and lots of issues from you. But I think that's been very helpful and very, very good. And obviously there are legislative backgrounds. A lot of environmental issues in Europe are covered by other regulations as well. and we wanted to look at how GMOs cut across or cut through and relate to other legislation on environmental protection in Europe and in member states, because each member state also has its own environmental protection rules and regulations. Then, obviously, from these protection goals and so on, we can start to define what the definitions are for environmental harm, and therefore what the assessment and the measurement endpoints should be when you're assessing impacts. And also, what are the limits of concern? So, what are the limits that are set on variation outside which you consider that harm is occurring or there is a significant impact occurring, and so on. Use of data sources, there were quite a few comments on that, and I think we would encourage, as I said earlier, that applicants look at all available sources of data. Obviously, some are more valuable than others, but I think what we have been concerned about in the past is that they've been rather selective and dismissive of some information that could be quite useful. For example, all of the BT and HT crops which are coming through for cultivation applications in Europe have been extensively cultivated elsewhere in the world. So that experience and that knowledge should be passed on in their applications. Exposure and hazard characterization, then obviously there is the issue there of how quantitative you can be. Often at the stage of problem formulation it may be difficult to be quantitative, but then the problem formulation should indicate where you need to do studies which can quantify levels of hazard and exposure. And then the risk characterization and dealing with uncertainty. Again, I think our feeling there was that there are different ways of dealing with uncertainty. I mean, you can use mathematical probabilities, and you can put the risk within a range of probabilities of it having an adverse effect. This is one way of doing it, and you could relate that perhaps to other features in the environment. But sometimes, again, the uncertainty is more qualitative than quantitative. And again, but I come back to the point I made earlier, that I think it's important to characterize the risks and the levels of uncertainty, and then the acceptability of that risk is a judgment that has to be made right at the end when you're coming to your conclusions. So, have the next slide. Sorry, and the next slide after that. So, the other issue, obviously, to think about at the problem formulation stage and in designing the studies just to go back to the problem formulation. The problem formulation obviously will identify gaps in knowledge and where more information is required. And that means that the applicant will need to conduct studies to get more information. And these cross-cutting considerations on comparators, receiving environments, statistics, long-term effects, and stacks basically were to make the applicants consider these issues in relation to designing and interpreting the studies that they conduct when they're trying to quantify levels of risk and to get more information on hazards, exposure and risk. And as I say, the issue on receiving environments will be talked about later by Joseph Kish, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to discuss that then. But if you have any comments on comparators, on statistics, on long-term effects, and on stacking of events, then we'd be pleased to hear them now. My only word of warning is that we don't have any statisticians with us today, so we may have to pass on Okay, if Salvatore wants to take them, that's fine. But we may reserve some of your comments for our statistician, Joe Perry, to comment on at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I would like now to ask the member state experts if there are any comments. Okay, Sweden first, please.
Thank you. I would like to give two specific comments. And the first is, it is in the guidance stated that the applicants must provide detailed management records and carry out independent agronomic audits by trained personnel to give sufficient confidence that management practices are appropriate. Sweden considers that EFSA should specify more in detail what should be included in such an independent audit, and also that the need for such an audit is limited and that the cost for an independent audit must be in proportion to that need. And my second comment is that Sweden would like EFSA to explain the argument for using a higher level of statistical significance than normal use in biological studies. Thank you.
We collect the three again, and then answer by the panel. So I have here United Kingdom, and then I've seen Germany.
Okay, this is to follow up my point that I made to Jeremy earlier, and it's about hazard identification and characterising the GMO and identifying the difference between it and its counterparts. Obviously, this can be quite an open-ended discussion, and I'm not sure quite how it's constrained in this guidance. So, in the existing applications, you'd have baseline data on composition, agronomic and phenotypic characteristics, but there's really no baseline data on environmental interactions. But it looks from this new guidance that all that sort of problem formulation in environment is in those areas of special issues that are Section 3. So I was wondering, there seems to be quite a lot of asking for data's sake, and I'm not sure whether that's because in these sections you're doing the baseline comparison without having, you're not really having a hypothesis to test. I mean, one of my examples is field trials. There's this sort of almost a suggestion that there needs to be some sort of field trials on certain things without really any hypothesis to test. And I don't know whether that's because you're saying you need to provide these baseline data before you can then build as a part of the hazard identification, and then you build your hypothesis to test. Because I don't at the moment quite see how this baseline data fits into your model.
Okay, thank you. And Germany, I would like to collect.
Thank you very much. I also would like to especially comment in the moment on this first step of problem formulation, because we think that is a very decisive step, because it will frame then, if you proceed as it is proposed, it will frame the whole risk assessment, how it is done, what is taken into account, and things like that. And we really appreciate somehow that the outcome of a project commissioned also by my agency is integrated in this endeavor. But we see that there should be more guidance how to really do this first step, because, as I said, it will frame then all what will follow. And there is a question if it is only the applicant who does this problem formulation, or if it should be done with the help of different stakeholders, at least for the different application fields or for different plants, so that you do it once and then you know how to proceed with similar applications. So that is a first comment I would like to make. A second one is in the context of the protection goals, as Jeremy referred to. And again, there is a question. There was a reference to protection goals as defined in directives, or at least on the European level. And we think that also the national protection goals should be taken into account because they are based on the European regulatory process, that's for sure, but they may be in addition some aspects which should be taken into account too when it comes to that level. A further point is, and that I think we have somehow discussed a little bit in our first section, that is what was addressed as comparator and baseline. And for example, in addition to what agriculture we will take into account, there is also addressing what will be the controls, what will be the special comparators, and there is a reference also to negative segregants, I think, in this part of the paper. So we think that may be an additional control, but not a control which could be sufficient for the whole process. So we want to raise that again. And I would have also some comments to stack genes, but maybe I do that later.
So thank you, and I would like to invite the experts now to answer.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks a lot for all your comments. I'm not sure I'm going to address all of them, but specifically coming back to Louise's comment from the UK. Yeah, we have been looking quite carefully at what data should be used and fed into the problem formulation process. Obviously, when an application for a GMO is received, there will be the molecular characterization, there will be some compositional information, there will be some agronomic and phenotypic data that comes particularly for crops for food feed. For industrial crops, some of that information may be not so readily available. What we looked at was what other information is required, and obviously if the food feed analysis has just been done on the marketable part of the crop, that may not reflect the interaction of the crop with the environment. So, for example, you may need to know whether roots, leaves, stems of the plant have also been changed, because that would affect their interaction with non-target organisms or even target organisms. So what we have felt in this document is that we should ask for compositional analysis of all the important parts of the plant which could relate to the environment, so that it's an extended compositional analysis. So, for example, we would want to know BT expression levels and so on in all parts of the plant, not just in the grain. So we have looked at that. And in relation to information from field trials, and well, let's put it the other way around. Unintended effects. One of the big problems that risk assessors have is how you deal with unintended effects, both from the applicant's point of view and from the point of view of us as assessors. And you can basically go on forever looking for unintended effects. But what we felt was that the experience of cultivating these crops and using them and processing them and so on in other parts of the world outside of Europe provides a lot of background information which would give you an indication of unintended effects. So that if a crop has been successfully cultivated in USA and Argentina for 10 years and there's been no reports of anything unusual happening, then that would begin to indicate that unintended effects are not to be anticipated with this crop. Obviously, the issue then is, are there likely to be unintended effects in the European environment? So it doesn't answer all the questions, but at least it can provide you with a lot of background information and so on particularly the behaviour of the plant in different environments and interactions of that type. So that was our feeling in developing this area, that we would try to get the applicants to provide as much information as possible into the problem formulation stage, and so that helps you better design studies, both looking for anticipated effects and for unintended effects that are occurring. But obviously the step that we have there in the risk assessment must take into account the possibility of looking for unintended effects of the GM plant, as well as for ones that you anticipate from knowledge of the trait. I think that's all I want to say at this stage.
Salvatore?
Two very quick comments to some part that relates to statistics. I'm quite familiar with using statistics. I'm not a statistician, so for deeper question I would be pleased to forward to Joe Perry. But 2 points that were raised, I can give you my view on these, well, the panel view on these. First one is about a question about statistical significance. In some parts it appears that we are quite strict in requiring something. This is an area where we try to give more guidance to the applicant. Even then, from some other comments, I realized that somebody thinks that we give still too much freedom. For instance, the applicant is asked to choose the level of concerns he's putting in the experiment. We feel this is important because in any experiment you plan, from a statistical point of view, you have to have in mind some limits of concerns. Otherwise, you are really, shooting in the air, because there must be some power that you aim with your experimental plan to reach. And we wanted to reinforce this point because the power of an experiment is already in the 2006 guidance. But based on my experience with the GMO panel, we hardly see in applications, and I would like to confirm from member states, but we hardly see in the application a clearly defined power of the experiments that are in the dossiers. And this is, for type 2 errors, is paramount. That's why we stressed this point, and we gave also, in some cases, indication with numbers of replication and sites, etc., which, of course, it's always questionable, but we try to put the applicant on the right track. And second point, only from the statistical point of view, but field data, and the question Louise was discussing, is that it is possible to have a null hypothesis, especially for unintended effects. I reiterate what Jeremy said. We don't think unintended effects can be only achieved through a field experiment, but also through field experiment. In that case, we do think that, statistically speaking, a null hypothesis can be set as long as the assessment endpoints are clear and are a target to the specific environment. So that's why we also discuss a little bit this in the document, and I commit to reread again and be sure that this is clear what we had in mind.
Thank you, Salvatore. Detlef, please.
Yeah, I want to quickly finish all the remaining points from the first round. So problem formulation should not be regarded as something to avoid in the risk assessment, but to focus the risk assessment. That's for sure. And coming to you, Louise, of course we require some information on environmental interaction. So we do not rely only, specifically when it comes to cultivation, on the molecular characterization, the compositional analysis, and the phenotypic things. So it's very, very useful, but we want to have a little bit more. This is one point. And the other one, Bartsch, you mentioned this interaction with applicants and more guidance, more generic things on problem formulation. It would be good, actually, if the applicant would provide a first draft of what is the general outline with an application, and risk assessors could respond, yeah, this could go in the right direction. What we have now is that applicants spend some efforts, go to us, and we say, that's probably okay, but here we need more. And so it's a little bit nasty if it goes back to applicants and they have to redo or provide additional data. But it's, so far, as I see, unfortunately not foreseen some internal loops. Maybe something for the future. Protection goals. What we can't look on every species. I think this is for sure. We did some attempts to have some general experts and aspects, and with this, for example, focus species. And Salvatore will speak on focus species representing a broader set of maybe even protected species in certain member states to address national protection goals as well. And last but not least, the comparators. Comparators are very important, and we have various comparators. We have the environment. We have then when it comes back to the molecular things, the most isogenic comparator for the GMO. We are quite clear that we do not accept null segregants as the only comparator. It may be helpful if it comes to stacks at some stage where it is very, very difficult to have a near isogenic control, to have some information on null segregants. But for the basics, for the single events, we definitely do not accept null segregants as the only comparator.
Okay, thank you. Then I think we'll collect the next round of questions. I have here Finland, and then Netherlands, and then Germany again. Yeah.
Thank you. Detlef already dealt about comparators quite extensively, but I would like to note that our experts really appreciate the many different aspects raised in choosing the relevant comparators in the guidance. And however, that they also think that the guidance should more strongly request the applicant to consider more than one comparator when the comparator is not a negative segregant, so it could be stated more clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the amount of information, we should not forget the purpose of the environmental risk assessment, and that is support decision making. So the environmental risk assessment should focus on what is needed to make a decision, and also in length of that, what information is needed. And the problem formulation helps you to focus that work, and also helps you to focus on what information is needed and what other information is nice to know but not need to know. Sometimes that distinction is a bit vague in the document, and it could be made more sharply at various points. And another issue linked to this is that the guidance doesn't give a clear definition of baseline, and again, that would also help to focus more on the information which is actually needed for the risk assessment.
Germany, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to raise some additional points in the context of what Jeremy was just talking about, and in the context of unintended effect. We really would appreciate if the applicants submit as much as possible in the context of the experience they have gained in other cultivation areas in other regions of the world. But I really have to emphasize that should be on real data and hard data. What we have until now is some form of observational remarks in that sense, but not really on data, scientific data taking during cultivation processes, and maybe on agronomic aspects, but not as, for example, what has been intended to be with the monitoring, at least in Europe. There is no such a monitoring regime, for example, in the US. And so I think that is somehow of a problem. So we have not real hard scientific data, but mainly observational data. And yeah, that should be taken into account, but I think maybe there are for certain questions they are not sufficient, especially in the context of unintended effects. That is sometimes hard to judge if and what extent of unintended effects you have to expect. A second point is in the context of direct and indirect effects. Somehow there is different reference given to direct effects in the context of hazards, or indirect effects you can only measure with the help of indicators. That should be maybe more clarified, or there should be also given a clear reference to that.
Okay, thank you. We have just time for one round of answer from the panel, and then we will move on to the next specific topic. Who wants to answer?
Shall I go first, and then you can follow up? You'll probably pick up on all the things that I missed. Yeah, I mean, I think we had a discussion about the baselines. Obviously, it's a tricky issue because the baselines do vary in different parts of Europe depending on the agricultural systems, whether it's an intensive agriculture, low intensity agriculture, integrated pest management, etc. But I think this is where, again, when you are coming to conclusions on risk, then you must try to make these comparisons as to what the impact of the GMO might be in the different agricultural systems, depending on how it compares with non-GM varieties. In relation to observational data, yeah, I mean, in the perfect world, it would be nice to have good statistical data to go on, but very often the reality is that you have observations first, and then possibly you have a follow-up, and somebody does a study, and after 5 or 6 years, you get a paper published. If you want to wait that long, fine, but I think there is a lot of observational data which is of value and is of interest and should be taken into account. The important thing is the weight and the value that you put on that data. If the data is shaky, not particularly reliable, then you have to bear that in mind when you're using it. But when you consider that, for example, the developments of weed resistance to herbicides in the USA were first being reported by agricultural extension services and groups of farmers, and it was only later that you started to see published papers in journals which were following up on this and actually quantifying the amount of herbicide resistance there was. So I think to ignore the early signals coming from people would be a mistake, and I think you should always take account of observations, both in risk assessment and in monitoring, but obviously be very careful about the quality of the data when you're using that data. Perhaps Detlef can comment on direct versus indirect effects. I don't know.
No, what I only can say is that a number of your points will be taken into account, and we have already discussed a lot of these issues in the working group. So I noticed also definition of baseline is taken into account, will be taken into account. Yeah.
So I suggest that we move on to the next point, which is persistence and invasiveness, and it will be introduced by Detlef Bartsch.
All right. This is a very important specific area of risk we indicated to be addressed by applicants. I must say that this chapter was basically follow-up by, or basically prepared by our dear expert Rosie Hales, who can't be with us today, so I'm replacing her. And I hope we will do it as good as she might do it. Next slide, please. So the major comments we received was on these 6 points here you see on the screen. One is on our figure 4, which explained the stages within the problem formulation for what type of data you need to collect to make your risk assessment. And obviously there's a need to improve this figure. That's for sure what we realized. The second point also applies for some other chapters, but I think I should mention it here, and it also relates to the general aspect of problem formulation. So when do we need event-specific information, and when can we probably also rely on trade or non-event-specific information? That's an important point, of course, and this we want to make clear. We need event-specific information. So from the transformation event, specifically when it comes to unintended effects. So nothing to do with the trade that is expressed, but something that is maybe explained like a position effect or something. Then we had comments on whether persistence as such should be considered as an endpoint, which directly relates also to the next point, the definition of what is environmental damage in terms of persistence and invasiveness. We have taken this into account, all the comments related to these, and we'll try to consider them in the improvement of the document. There was also comment on the requirements for field trials, and we will try to more explicitly explain that when field trials are necessary per se, and if field trials are regarded necessary, what level of recommendations we give to the applicants to perform these kind of field trials, how often, in what types of receiving environments, also related to a chapter that we have later on. But I want to highlight this here. And last but not least, use of models and worst-case scenarios on this. It's also an important point we need to consider in more detail. I hope I have not forgotten anything from the comments we received, but okay, it's now open for discussion. Next slide. No, sorry, I forgot this important stage 4 figure here on the screen as a principle, where we try to separate based on the characteristics of the GM plant what type of information is necessary. There is a difference if we have, for example, maize with no wild relatives, then maybe oilseed rape or sugar beet with wild relatives in Europe, and that's why we wanted to figure this one out. And one thing that clearly we will consider is that something, I think, a comment from Kochen from Dutch, that we need to consider outbreeding depression as well. Was not in, but this is a typical example how we can make use of your comments, and we'll consider it. Okay, now I'm finished.
So, who has comments from the member states? Okay, we will again do the round of 3. So there is Sweden, United Kingdom, and Finland, please, in that order.
Thank you. Sweden would like to stress the importance of what is stated under 3.1.1 Step 1, problem formulation. It says the purpose of the state's approach is to ensure that detailed case-specific information on both assessment and measurement endpoints is supplied to test relevant hypotheses proportional to the potential risk. Sweden considers that the principle of proportionality should apply to all requirements for information in the guidance. Already under paragraph 2, strategies for ERA, should this be more clearly stated. And my second comment is that some of the information requirements in paragraph 3.1.2.1, in paragraphs B and C, are not proportionate to the risk. If there are default requirements that apply to all crops, the requirement should be proportional to the least risky crop. Therefore, it is inappropriate to have default requirements that are hard to comply with unless the requirements are of great significance. Sweden considers that these kinds of requirements should be excluded, and such a requirement for studies of, for instance, seed germination characteristics of the GM plant during various conditions and studies of pollen compatibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. United Kingdom, please, Louise.
Thank you. This is more of a general comment to the panel. I wondered if you'd thought of doing more sort of case studies, examples in some of these chapters, because, I mean, one of our problems really was trying to constrain the amount of information that applicants have been asked for, and we thought examples might be very helpful, and we wondered how you considered that.
Okay, thank you. And Finland, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a short comment on persistence. We think that there should be, in environmental risk assessment, more focus on the biology of the plant species involved and the characteristics of GM plants, what there is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there answers from the experts?
Yeah, the key word I learned is now proportionality, which is applying to everything we are doing, which is not very easy to apply. And it cannot be, we cannot, again, it's an example that we cannot provide a cookbook on this. Of course, we try to be proportionate to the risk. And we received quite contradicting comments on this. Some answer we do not need so much field trialing. Some said we need a lot of field trials anyhow. What we already tried to do is to say that at least we need field-derived data. That's very important. You cannot do it as a desk study. You cannot do it as solely maybe from greenhouse data. That's for sure when you want to talk about persistence and invasiveness. Yeah, right. So we are struggling and trying to go really hard to this to find a proportionate way, and I'm expecting some other comments that we allow exceptions for persistence invasiveness, not to do field trialing in every case over 3 years in 6 environments with 8 replications or so. Okay.
Salvatore, please.
Very quick comment on the request for case studies. This was raised by several stakeholders, the possibility of having case studies, and I've discussed this with the working group on non-target organisms, and we have tried to work on the idea. We spent a whole day trying to figure out how this could be handled. Of course, I cannot tell you this is the final decision, but this exercise was very useful, because we realized there are some risks as well as some opportunities in giving case studies. One main risk that the applicant can take that as a cookbook. If you do a case study, let's say on DT maize, then we'll always do those examples that are in case studies. And the major risk, more than this one that I just mentioned, is that in limited time, you risk to give very rough examples. For instance, I was invited many years ago by a Swiss project to participate to some case studies for developing countries. In those years, we spent a 4-day meeting to discuss one case studies with some 30, 40 people, and months to write a book afterwards. So this would definitely be a poor exercise from the panel if we don't have that amount of resources available. So what we are thinking about is to give, at least for the NTO document, sort of roadmap as an annex. This could be possibly an acceptable compromise, but certainly this has been taken on board. Thank you.
Any other comments from the EFSA expert side? No? Then I would like to ask Netherlands and then Germany for their comments, please.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make an additional comment on the intended effects and the trade versus event-specific information needed. And the COSAM came to the conclusion that the genetic background is of real importance of the level of expression of certain traits or certain events. And as consents are made available at the level of events, all genetic backgrounds need to be accounted for, and it is really difficult to make that all information available in the application dossier. So here we see a direct link to post-market environmental monitoring, and how we deal with that, that's another issue, but this is the remark we wanted to make.
Thank you. That is somehow in the line with what the Netherlands was raising, that we think that it is very important to take into account the event of a GM plant when it comes, because that would combine the trade and the intended effect with possibly unintended effects, and I want to emphasize that once again. And in that context, in the figure, there are a number of questions only referring to the transgene, and I think somehow that should be rephrased, that should be both sides taken into account when asking these questions. That is one point. And the second point, just to emphasize that too, that we think that persistence is because that will be the first indicator of all what could follow, so that we think that it is important indicator that should be taken into account.
Thank you very much. Nobody? Okay.
Yeah, obviously the risk assessment has to take into account, as I said before, all the genetic backgrounds that the transgene may move into and the interactions with those genetic backgrounds. And if the problem formulation identifies gaps in knowledge there, then the applicant would have to fill those gaps and would have to conduct studies to have a look at the effects of the gene in a range of backgrounds. And this would be particularly relevant for wild relatives, and if we have some of the new transgenes coming through for fitness in salt and drought and various other conditions, and a crop as a wild relative, then of course it's extremely important to know what the interaction will be. So that should come up in the problem formulation, but maybe it's something we need to look at to make sure that it's explicit in the problem formulation that the applicant considers all possible genetic backgrounds.
Are there any other comments from the member state side? No, everything is settled. I think we might be in need of a lunch break, and we are nearly exactly in time. So we will take the lunch break now. Please make sure to be back by 1:30 so that we can start the meeting on time again with the next agenda point. Thank you very much. Welcome back after the lunch break, fortified with some excellent German food and the nice weather here in Berlin. We will now start with the 5th agenda point, which is on non-target organisms, and the overview on that topic will be presented by the EFSA GMO Panel member Salvatore Arpaia. Salvatore, please.
Thank you very much, Elisabeth. And as you have seen in the agenda, we have quite some time allotted to this chapter, and the reason is that we have had quite a number of comments, and also because we have 2 documents now for public consultation, and one of these 2 is exclusively devoted to non-target organisms, plus we have the chapter in the more general ERA guidance document. If I can see next slide. and of course I appreciate a lot the honeybee on the flower before. So this introduces us on the subject. And as you can see, we have heard this morning that there were 65 comments related to NTO chapter in the ERA guidance document, but also we have had for the other document, the NTO document, we have had 149 comments from 27 different stakeholders. In this case, my dear colleagues from competent authorities, you are in minority because only 5 competent authorities commented. Well, of course, I realize that some of them chose the other documents, so we have some useful hints anyway. And these are listed there, these 5 competent authorities, plus we had, as you see, 22 more stakeholders, which is basically industries, NGOs, and researchers throughout Europe and from outside Europe as well, with some comments. There is some overlap on major issues between the comments we received here and the comments that only refer to the chapter in the guidance document. So I really want to thank you for helping the process, because there was a lot of thinking after reading all this 149 plus 65. Well, I only remember that it took me 2 full days, including several hours at night, just to get through all. One thing I would like to stress in the beginning, before I briefly comment some major issues that your comments brought up, what I would like to remember to ourselves that this exercise on non-target organisms, of course, does not start from scratch. There is a growing literature related to GM plants and non-target organisms, many research projects going around throughout the world, even though those are mainly concentrated on known events, and there is much more that is coming along. Together with this growing scientific literature, there is also already some existing approaches. Of course, the EFSA GMO Panel is not the first group of scientists that tries to set up an environmental risk assessment and the issues that may be involved when we discuss non-target organisms. And for those of you who are familiar with literature, ideas are very diverse outside, so people have been suggesting completely different things. So this should not come as a surprise to anybody that in the documents, both, in fact, we refer to some existing approaches on environmental risk assessment for non-target organisms, because we do appreciate some good points in several existing approaches. Nevertheless, EFSA came to the opinion that it was time to try to have something that will possibly then become, in the legislation, the European approach for assessing non-target organism effects. And we openly say that we have incorporated some elements from existing approaches from different schools. Clear enough, the result is different from all of the approaches, because some comments were probably, we were probably not clear, because in some comments they said, well, but this is not the classical tiered approach. Of course it's not. This is a new approach that tries to profit from different things that were already proposed, plus some novelties. This just to reinforce. And this is a hot issue. Everyone knows, including member states that have discussed non-target organisms in many instances for safeguard clauses. So everyone in this room and in my working group was aware in what a shaky ground we are stepping in. And this is important to remember, because there is a lot of expectation for this. First comment that is highlighted in this first slide, first major issue, while most of the commenters clearly appreciate the difference between the two documents. No, sorry, I was still referring to the previous one. Okay. While most, as I said, most people appreciate the differences between the two documents, for some people was not clear enough, so we will try to reword and reread what we wrote, because what we have in mind is that the NTO document, which was basically started as a self-task by EFSA, because EFSA, as the other stakeholders, understood that there was need for clarification here, will be a support to the guidance document. So in the NTO document, there are already now, and we will try to improve, there will be more examples, more supporting documents for the principles that are still stated in the chapter NTO in the ERA guidance document. So what we do, we will take on board anyway for those of you who commented that was not clear enough the difference. We will ensure that there is consistency, first of all, that there is not difference in wording which might be misleading, and that it is clear why we think that the NTO document is still useful to be put in spite of on the EFSA production, in spite of the fact that the new ERA guidance document is being released. In the next slide, instead, I summarize a few of the major points of discussion that were reasoned in these comments. Well, first of all, again, this was discussed a little bit this morning. There was a request for clearer guidance. I can just remind that, again, our idea is that this ERA guidance should remain flexible, because should apply to forthcoming events that are not that have not the same history of research and investigation as the classical BT or HT traits, but we will make sure that possibly with the roadmap examples I was quoting earlier this morning, we will make sure that it's clear, not as a cookbook, but exactly what we expect in each step related to non-target organisms. For instance, we made clear that in the selection of what we have called focal species, one fundamental step is to consider the potential receiving environment, the agroecosystem and the adjacent habitat, considering the functional biodiversity. So consider, I'm not saying testing, but consider all important functional groups that may be in that environment, and within each functional group select according to some criteria that we have highlighted, and we have received also some suggestions for additional criteria, select on ecological grounds possible focal species, then, only after then, take into consideration all the practicability of the testing. So at the very end, one could come up with a handful of species that actually will be tested. The other, more examples would be provided. The other main issue was about unintended effects and intended effects. It has been addressed a little bit earlier by Jeremy, and the idea is that we will try to reinforce, possibly even moving part of the text if that helps clarify, that there is a weight of evidence approach for unintended effect, which is constituted by all kinds of data, from molecular characterization to chemical composition to NTO as well. And we want to see something in this, in building this weight of evidence of absence of unintended effect. Field-generated data, as we have quoted at the moment, are important. They are not the only source. But together with other kind of data, this could help confidence in safety of the event. Once this has been ruled out, then some specific investigation on the specific trait, then it's important. And in this case, we suggest to go to sort of tiered approach. And I want to make here, maybe we can discuss details, but we made clear that for our tier approach, data with the toxin, if it is a toxin, and with the plant itself are important in starting our first tier approach. The other question, was about the role of extended compositional analysis. We will try to reduce. We realized that probably this was not completely clear what we had in mind, but we thought about compositional analysis as an additional tool to, discard some potential unintended effects. It is clear to everyone in our field that the methodology and the agreement in the scientific community is not as well developed as it is for food safety standards. That's clear. So we cannot be as prescriptive in the other fields. But certainly there is some knowledge in that area that can be useful also in risk assessment for non-target organisms. And in this case, one important issue is that parts that are not used by humans usually, because those are very well analyzed, but some parts are used by other organisms. And for that, there is maybe a little less deeper knowledge on those events. Basically, I think these were the main issues, but now I'm certainly willing to give you the floor and even clarify your comments already sent in or add new in cases of some member states who had not the opportunity to forward those comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The floor is open for the member states. Okay, we will open with Sweden.
Thank you. First, I would like to say that I think it is important that the guidance takes into consideration the knowledge of present species as choice of species as non-target organisms. And we would also like to suggest that it would be maybe appropriate to take a step to test additional focal species when one or more of the original choice of test species turn out to be negatively affected by a GM crop. This step is not suggested in the guidance, and such a step could be illustrated or be part of the figure 6 on page 58 as a side loop in stage here 1A and B. And when it comes to the semi-field trial, Sweden thinks that it should not be required on a routine basis. Requirements for this kind of study should only be made when there is a risk identified which could be evaluated by semi-field trial. Thank you.
Okay, then I see Belgium.
Thank you. First of all, we would like to thank EFSA for putting special attention to the issue of NTOs and their efforts in drafting this guidance document. So assessment of impacts of NTOs is one of the main and maybe most time-consuming issues we need to deal with in the evaluation of the ERA. And so guidance on this issue is certainly welcome, and we hope it will ease our future work. So as a general comment and a suggestion for improving the guidance document, we think the guidance document should be clearer in content and in guidance to the applicants. So with this, I think I echo some general remarks that have been made this morning by other member states. So we think the text should be more focused on which type of information the applicant needs to provide in the application. And it should also be more clearer on how binding this guidance is. And I would like to give an example here. So it is not clear from the text whether a Tier 1A, which is an in vitro test, and a Tier 1B, which is an implanta test, is required for each NTO. So on the one hand, it is said it is necessary to have these implanta Tier 1 tests, and on the other hand, in the same line, it is said that they are relevant. So for us, it's not clear, the message. and it should be more clear if they are required or not required. So in other words, we suggest to avoid to give unclear messages in the guidance document. Another thing is that we are of the opinion that giving another interpretation and creating confusion on well-established concepts such as unanticipated effects and risk hypothesis, and also introducing new concepts such as tier 0 should be avoided. We think it would be better to have concepts that are currently used in international guidelines. We have provided some examples to these comments that I've made now in our written comments, so I'm not going into detail here. So in general, I think we appreciate that the rationale is given behind the data requirements and that really efforts are made in explaining things, but we got the impression that this sometimes leads to a situation where the guidance itself gets a bit lost. So those are our general comments, which actually leads to one question on which we would like to have an answer to, is whether EFSA considers implanter studies necessary or relevant. There are two more specific points I want to raise, and the first one concerns the extended compositional analysis that has been touched upon in the presentation. So we have some concerns on the requirement to perform these extended compositional analysis. So as Arpaia has mentioned, in the food feed assessment, key components are compared with a non-modified comparator and commercial conventional varieties with a history of safe use and data present in other literature. So, but which key components need to be analyzed and information on the variability of these components can be retrieved from international accepted documents, so as from the OECD and ILSI. So if a difference then is found, they are compared with existing data to determine if the difference that is detected is of biological relevance. So, but now in the case of NTO risk assessment, we can see that you can also determine components of GM plant parts that have not been determined in the food feed safety assessment, and that you can also compare these with a non-modified comparator. But however, as far as we are aware, it's not well known which key components influence the nutritional value of specific plant parts for certain NCOs. So the question we raise is which components are to be analyzed. And in addition, so comparing again with the food feed safety assessment, no databases exist for comparing the determined values with baseline data, making it practically impossible to determine if the observed differences fall within a natural range of variability, and therefore also make it quite impossible to determine if the difference is of biological relevance. So, hence our question, what is the use of doing such a compositional analysis? So, in summary, we would like to have some feedback of EFSA on which components that they consider important to be analyzed, even if it's considered as an additional tool in risk assessment, and on the relevance for risk assessment to conduct such compositional analysis, given that there are actually no databases to compare the values with. Second issue, a major issue, concerns the implanter Tier 1 tests. So we have some serious reservations regarding the requirements to perform implanter Tier 1 tests. So in case you want to test the effect of a trait, it may not always be possible to set up an implanter test for the selected NTO species or its representative. So, for instance, if the parasite parasitoid Snelzonia is selected, it would not be possible to design a direct feeding test with implanter material, as there are no indications in literature that this species actually uses pollen or plant materials. So, and the same reasoning would also count for other species that are typically reared on the artificial diet, such as larvae of the carabid ground beetle and larvae of the green lacewing. So the requirements for implanter tests would thus preclude the use of certain surrogate species and other species. So in that sense, to our opinion, the requirement for implanter testing is not really consistent with the recommendations on the selection of NTO species. And we would like to have EFSA's reaction on this. And another concern concerning these implanter studies is that in case planter studies are done to demonstrate the equivalence of the GM plant to the non-GM comparator in terms of their effects on NTOs, we think these experiments might be difficult to perform, or the results might be very difficult to be interpreted. So when conducting these type of experiments, one needs to take into account that variability will most likely be increased in these experiments. So besides variability in the expression of traits, there will also be variability in the amount of nutrients or secondary metabolites in the test substances. So we have given an example of this in our written comments. So there have been, it has been shown that differences in biochemical profiles of maize pollen have shown to influence development and mortality. So we actually wonder if one can separate the effects of the trait from and the composition of the GM plant from those effects resulting from differences in biochemical profiles already present in plants. So I acknowledge that this could maybe be done by choosing comparators very carefully, but we still have a question mark here. Another thing that we need that will need to be considered in these type of experiments is that plant material may also change rapidly in the biochemical profile, so when collecting it. So attention should also be paid to the collection and the preservation of test substances, not to augment, again, the nutrient variability in test substances. So to conclude, our concern is that implanter tests for testing equivalence in effects on NTOs will need to be carefully designed and might need to take into account the variability in nutrients and secondary metabolites as in food feed assessments. And at the moment there's actually little guidance on how to conduct these types of studies in the guidance document, and we would like to know if EFSA will provide more guidance on how to perform these type of tests. So that's all I want to mention here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adinda, for the extensive comments. My suggestion is that we stop here with the collection and that we give a chance to the panel to start answering.
Okay, thank you. And I agree, I need a little time for the Belgian comments. And I did not forget the Swedish comment. Basically, this comment on use of more than one non-target species in functional group in case some effects appear at lower tier. It seems, because we haven't received this comment earlier, it seems feasible, certainly, and it seems also interesting because, of course, the use of focal species, it is somehow an indicator. So it is important at the end of the exercise at lower tier to come up with a possible idea at population level or at landscape level even. So it is certainly a useful suggestion to use, in that case, maybe a second species could help to sort out how widespread the effect could be. So I'll certainly keep in mind this suggestion of yours. And for the semi-field, I have basically two ideas. We are still working, especially for the unintended effect, we are still working on the final part of the document. As for the tiered approach, at the moment we see a semi-field, what we call tier 2. Well, semi-field is a little bit ambiguous definition, but anyway, I think everyone understands, go a little bit higher than one plant and few organisms. So at the moment for the, when it comes to the traits, we see that as a step which is necessary if there is some indication of tier 1, or in some cases maybe even easier to work immediately with tier 2. For instance, if you think about the honeybees, a greenhouse test may be in some cases even easier to run that single test with bees on a very artificial way. But logically it follows the first step if there is some indication of tier 1. But at any stage of our tiering system, the applicants may choose to go to a higher tier if, for whatever reason, they prefer to work on greenhouse studies or even field studies immediately. That's possible the way we see it, if there are justifications, which could be technical or other type of justification. And I hope this answers yours now. Okay, basically the Belgian comments relate to two types of question. Well, I take on board that in some cases there are ambiguous words. We will try to fix that. So basically you are questioning two areas. One area is what's the role of extended compositional analysis in this respect, and the other one is how important or even useful are implanter tests. For the extended compositional analysis, I was briefly mentioning that in my introduction, because it is foreseen that we will rework that part to make it clear that we see that as an additional tool to build confidence on the safety of the event. As I said quickly, we cannot rely on the same expertise and history of agreement among scientists, among regulators, as for food feed. So certainly we cannot be, for the case of chemical composition, prescriptive, because as you correctly said, there would be no database and not enough historical comparison, so to speak. On the other hand, in a preliminary phase in which you are trying to rule out some possible unintended effect, we still think it helps if the applicant, which is showing some similarities between foods and, let's say, traditional foods, non-modified plant and GM foods, would certainly be useful if the same kind of comparison is made also using the same analysis that are routinely done for seeds or grains, for example, could be done for leaf parts on which some NTO feeds. This could help confidence that NTO possibly will suffer no major problem in terms of unintended effect. We gave some example instead when it comes to some specific compound for which there is quite an agreement in the scientific literature, like glucosinolates for racecaceae. In that case, we know there is an immediate interaction with non-target feeding, of course, but that is just one case. So again, it is not our intention to say that this extended chemical composition will be the silver bullet to demonstrate any safety. But wherever there is feasibility and additional value of this chemical analysis, we think that these are important in building this weight of evidence. The second area is, I think it's a little bit more tricky, but because this involves several things. One of the first question was, okay, there is this implanter test, how about parasitoids that do not feed on any plant part? But we made clear in our document that both direct and indirect effects are important, and I mean, we are obliged by the legislation. It is clear in the 2001-18 that direct, indirect, immediate and delayed effects need to be taken into account, intended and unintended and so on. So clearly, when we talk about tier 1 tests, if following our suggestion for species selection, a parasitoid species has been selected as possible focal species for study, we do expect that tritrophic studies are one of the bases, because it's not just the case you mentioned. There are many species that either don't feed at all in plant part, or just as an additional diet they take some liquids from plants. That, in those cases, for us, implanter studies means tritrophic tests through their prey or hosts, their most common prey or hosts. So this probably we will have to clarify a little bit better what we have in mind. But I think tritrophic studies are suggested anyway. But thanks, we will adjust the text. Also, one other question is if you see an effect in an implanter study, how do you sort out if this is part of plant variability, plant compounds, or the substance? Let's assume that there is no substance in the plant. I think this it's important that we say that 1A and 1B, that's why we don't call them 1 and 2, because they go in parallel. In the optimal case, and then again on your wording, I will talk with the other in the working group and see if we say necessary or relevant. I cannot answer by myself. I will discuss with my colleagues. But we always said from the very beginning, very first draft, 1A and 1B. And this is the way we have in mind you can sort out potential effects from the compounds, whatever it is, from plant compounds or nutritive elements in the plant. We made clear in the document that we do not share the view that the stressor is the compound. Our view, but this is not a unique case, I think EPA documents say the same, the stressor is not only a newly produced compound. The potential stressor for the environment is the plant itself and the compound and its product. So basically the question is, what happens if something seems wrong in 1B test? If something is wrong, you compare 1B and 1A. And my first idea, I haven't really discussed this, but my first idea as a scientist, if I have 1A no effect and 1B some negative effect, I would then say, okay, let me look at the plants I'm using. There might be something wrong with the plant, since the protein or the toxin, whatever it is, new in the plant is not giving effect in vitro tests. And this is one comparison. That's why 1A, 1B together guarantee, we think, a deeper understanding of the system. On the other side, you have mentioned a few shortcuts of 1B test, but you haven't mentioned any advantage of making 1B tests. Basically, this is that you will have the bioavailability of the compounds tested under, well, sort of natural conditions, because the toxin can be partly metabolized. You can have some extra metabolites when it is expressed in plants. The actual amount, of course, you cannot increase to see what level, but the actual amount that the NTO are feeding on or will be feeding on is there, is in the plant. So bioavailability in terms of nature of the compound itself, amount of the compound itself, is the most reasonable proxy for environmental exposition of this plant. last but not least, when you have this plant tested under this condition in 1B, you can clearly use this as a feedback if needed, to go back and understand better if the mechanism has something to do with toxicity, because the newly produced compound will interact with existing compounds, pre-existing compounds. So since the evaluation of the event is important as long as the evaluation of the trace, we do believe it is important to figure out if there might be some interaction just because of the rebalancing of the plant metabolism. I hope, Adinda, this answers to your question, but if I miss something, I will be happy to come back.
Okay, thanks, Salvatore. I am temporarily chairing this session now because Elisabeth has an urgent commitment at this moment. I hope she comes back. So I have additional 4 on my list, Germany, Finland, Spain, and Denmark. So, Bartsch, you're first.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express also my appreciation for the NTO document, and I think that is also a major improvement, and we really appreciate what has been laid down there. But nevertheless, as usual, we have some additional comments to make. But on the positive side, we also welcome the integration of the different aspects of current methodologies which are discussed in the scientific community, as it has been done in this document. And starting maybe with what has been discussed and answered by you, Arpaia, in the context of extended compositional analysis, we also like to echo that we do not think that an extended compositional analysis would be enough in order to decide if there are NTO effects or not. They may help or be an additional tool, but we would really reject the approach to have an extended analysis, and based upon that extended analysis, you decide if there is, if you could expect an NTO impact or not. We think there is not enough knowledge, as has been pointed out, to really proceed in such a way. That is a first point. On the other hand, what has been elaborated on just a moment ago, we do think that it is very important to have implanter tests in addition to tests with, for example, isolated compounds. We think both of these are very important, because also there are some problems with, for example, comparability of toxins. We do know it from Bt toxins produced with the help of E. coli, for example, produced in the plant. There may be biological differences between these. And in addition, as has been pointed out, we also think that implanter tests are important because there can some interactions between metabolic compounds of the plants together with a new trait, with the new proteins, and that can only be seen when you do implanter tests or tests with a whole GM plant. A further aspect I wanted to touch upon is what has been said in that context with stacked events. We think that it is important to have also tests with a stacked event, with a GM plant with a stacked event, that it is not enough to rely on the parental events and say, okay, if there is seems to be no problem, then there will be no problem with the stacked event. That would leave out all the possibilities of combinatorial or synergistic action. So we think that is important too. And out of our perspective, that should also include experiment with all possible protein combinations and the whole plant, let's say, or saying that it is tier 1 to tier 3 tests. And one further point is how to choose a focal species, and that combines with the receiving environment, with the aspect of the receiving environment. We think it is important to really make sure that what has been chosen as a focal species combines with all representative receiving environment where cultivation of that special GM plant will take place, and that is a further aspect I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Beatrix. I would like to continue. You have forgotten one?
I have forgotten one, because that is, I'm sorry for that. That is a question. At a certain point of the document, there is a concept of pre-market and post-market experimental experiments, and we do not understand fully that concept, because we think that all important data should be pre-market in order to have a reliable decision on that, and that it is not possible to have post-market experiment in order to find out certain impacts.
Okay, thank you, Beatrix. I want to put Matti from Finland into the package before I hand over, and then I make a second package out of Spain and Denmark.
Thank you. I can be much shorter than previous colleagues. We fully agree with the guidance that NGO shall be selected on a case-by-case basis. And in addition, we appreciate the suggestion that well-chosen, relevant and representative indicators species should be identified. Thank you.
That was very short. Thank you, Matti. Nevertheless, I would like now to hand over to Salvatore to work on the things that have been mentioned before.
Yes, I think there is only one point, because for the rest, I think there was quite an agreement on several of their comments. So I will only touch upon one of Beatrix's comments, so not to give the impression that we now immediately agree on everything. Because I'm happy for different things that were reasoned. There is one point we should not forget. At a certain moment, she has been mentioning receiving environment, and well, most of this discussion will come later on with Joseph. We do agree, and we quoted in the document that in choosing relevant focal species, different receiving environment need to be considered. We were not prescriptive. We will not be prescriptive even when we revise, because of course we are opening another delicate issue. How many is enough? There is no scientific answer to these, because of course receiving environments are diverse, Europe is diverse, and even within a country, I'm now involved in a national project too, there are so many different microenvironments that are different. So clearly, in this respect, giving numbers, even if somebody would have liked to have, in this case, more suggestions, we don't think it's, just because it is not scientifically based, how many is enough, and how different they need to be. So the idea is that there are two options here. First of all, when you select focal species, keep in mind where this plant is being grown or will be grown with the addition of the new traits, and try to figure out the species that are out there and those that are relevant, especially for the agro-ecosystem. And then there is a second possibility later on when you have your field trials, in which in the statistics chapter we set some minimum requirement for repetition of field trials. In that chapter, then we just say try to keep the largest possible variability, and I think it's fair that we cannot go much further, I'm afraid.
All right, then I hand over to Felix Ortego from Spain.
Thanks. Yeah, first, I am looking forward to see the roadmap that Salvatore mentioned a couple of times already, because we think that it is very important to be as specific as possible to develop all the potential that these guidelines have. And the same for the samples. I think there are some mention that you are going to develop some samples, how you integrate previous knowledge, how you suggest for new experiments. I think it will be very helpful for the notifiers to do for next notifications. And just one specific point that we have is about soil microorganisms, that also they are considered as potential non-target organisms. In the guidelines, they focus mostly on the potential transfer of genetic material from the genetically modified plants to the soil microorganisms, and also in the context of biodiversity. We will suggest to the panel the possibility to consider reform microbial plant communities as a functional group at the same level that pollinators or predators or so on. And that's all.
Okay, now Gustav Kjeldsen from Denmark. Switch on the microphone, Gustav. Don't forget it.
Neri finds that the new guidance document represents a significant progress. However, we have some comments concerning post-market environmental monitoring, which, if that's okay, at this point, because the practical problems in obtaining any relevant information on potential environmental effects from current monitoring programs should be emphasized. The general surveillance and use of farmer questionnaires, and farmer questionnaires is the key word here, we think are not very helpful in relation to detection of possible adverse effects on the environment of GMO cultivation. We think that there is a gap between the information, the way the companies treat this, they use this diversity, so there is a gap where, so we don't get information about the methods used in non-specific monitoring, general monitoring, is not able to, there are no, usually, in a few cases now, but usually there are no specifications which guarantee that you get any significant results if there is a significant effect. This is our view that from many cases that there is a problem there, and I just wanted to indicate that. And it's perhaps at some point it should be addressed further.
Thank you, Gustav. When I may start with the last point, or if you want to comment on monitoring, we well know that you are the author of some cookbooks in this area, and no, I know it was not a commercial from your side. No, but you are definitely an expert on this field, and so if EFSA will have to pick up or will need to pick up this point on monitoring, this would certainly have to be considered. But as we said, environmental risk assessment at this moment is much more important. But of course, monitoring is an instrument as a backup, because you cannot test everything. And for the element of uncertainty, monitoring is a very, very, very important element. Who wants to answer the question on microbial communities? Sorry. For Salvatore?
Only one thing, I just would like then give the word to Paul. He has more to add. But there is at this moment something in the document that goes exactly in the direction you pointed out. At a certain moment we give examples that in some cases might be useful to have functions more than species as indicator. And this was one of the examples that is currently in the guidance, but I'll give to Paul, which is one of our experts in soil.
Yes, concerning microorganism and particularly, as you say, microbial functions, we have considered that there's a table listing all, not exhaustive, but there's a table listing selected functions, including a couple of microbial organisms, types of organisms. And you will also find a list of recommended standard toxicity protocols, which includes, I think, at least 2 different kinds of microbial functions, like nitrification and decomposition. So I think it's fairly well covered. Unfortunately, as you know, we are not able to really recommend a way to cover microbial diversity. That's research in progress, I would say. So I think that this is just my comment on that.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, there are two additional people now. I don't know who is first. Maybe Commission always comes first now. and then the Netherlands, sorry.
I will be very short. I just wanted to come back a few seconds on the monitoring question. I just want to say that Commissioner Dalli considers it as a very important question, and that in the Commission we are currently examining further options to reinforce monitoring, and that we will come back soon on this question to Member States. And of course we will work with EFSA and with the Member States.
Then Marco, please.
Yes, I have an additional remark regarding the generic hypothesis-driven investigation, as mentioned in the document. EFSA considers this the generic hypothesis-driven investigation of unintended effects or unanticipated effects. However, it remains unclear which NTO should be tested when there is now a hypothesis. And if EFSA recommends no NTO testing or recommends NTO testing without a specific hypothesis, then more concrete guidance is needed how these unanticipated effects should be assessed or analyzed in more detail.
Yes, you're right. This point has received many comments. We realized, since it is a new concept that was introduced, that this would need further rewriting. What we have in mind at the moment is, since now in the problem formulation there is much emphasis on unanticipated effect, possibly it is clearer if we move these parts of generic hypothesis together when we discuss all the other unanticipated effects. Basically, the idea is quite simple. So try to add, together with other data, as we said before, to prove the lack of unintended effects, try to add some more data that can come from field-generated data. That's why possibly we were not so prescriptive, because this could come from surveys, from commercial cultivation outside of Europe, or could even come from specific tests done. And in that case, of course, as I said this morning, I can't remember answering to whom, if you have if you want to test an intended effect on some functional groups, then there are criteria you can use to set up your new hypothesis. That's what you need for your experimentation, in fact. And I have in mind, for instance, the farm scale evaluation program in the UK. That's basically based on hypothesis in which you want to test if the biodiversity of some groups was affected for whatever reason it could have been by the management of these HT crops. and then you have the assessment endpoint. In that case, and I keep your suggestion, we will try to be more accurate on suggestion, the choice of assessment endpoint for this unintended effect or generic hypothesis.
In our view, this is the exact example in which you run into the possibility that you end up asking a lot of information without any aim. And in our opinion, it's really important to know in advance what type of information you need to come to a decision. And if that information is not available or there are no triggers that such type of effects will occur, then the assessment should stop and not continue into additional information in which you don't know in advance how to use it in the era.
I had Beatrix on my list, but you turned down your name tag, so then it's Adinda, Belgium.
Thank you. I just want to come briefly back to the reply I got from Salvatore on my questions. So I just want to mention concerning extended compositional analysis that we do agree that we think it's helpful that the applicant shows similarity in composition for seeds and plants, as this can give some indications on unintended effects. So but we again want to note that this information is also present in the food feed applications, and this extended compositional analysis would be something extra, and we have expressed our reservations on this. Concerning the other point, the implantative tests, so you clarified that you would now make more clear in the guidance document that tritrophic studies are actually implanta studies. So, and this is my personal opinion, or first reflection on this suggestion. I would be a bit reluctant to say that tritrophic studies are implanta studies. Again, I don't think this is something that is internationally accepted, so I would be a bit reluctant to put it in that way in the guidance document. I think the alternative is that you just have to accept that for every focal species that you have chosen, it will not be possible to do an implanta study. So, and I don't know if it's necessary to have an implanta study with every focal species. Thank you.
Not really a direct response. It is clear enough that some comments that we have received are going completely in the opposite direction. For instance, Belgium is questioning that even 1B is too much, they rely more on 1A, and we have had some other comments that say, no, tier 3 is fundamental, you cannot stop at tier 1. I mean, there is no scientific agreement on these, and clearly we have to work out with the working group and try to figure out to the best of our capacity how to take into consideration, I'm afraid, not your final suggestion, because one is suggesting 1A is enough, the other one 3 is obligatory. We have to work on the ideas that are behind this, and we will try to explain our ideas behind choosing a certain stop of your ERA, because of course I share the view from your comments that it must be proportionate somehow, even though I have a problem with this definition, but we will discuss the scientific argument. That's what I think.
Jeremy?
The other part of your question was on compositional analysis. And of course, as you say, the primary compositional analysis is done on the food product. But there are many examples where you can change the food product in one direction, but the rest of the plant may not change or may change in another direction. I mean, a typical example is glucosinolates. All seed rape producing low glucosinolate doesn't necessarily have low glucosinolate in the leaves and in other parts of the plant. And if you change the glucosinolate in the grain, you may also change the glucosinolates in the leaves and the stems, and we know that glucosinolates are very important in the relationship between the plant and certain pests and other organisms. So you cannot always conclude from a change in the composition of the grain what the rest of the plant will do. And from the environmental point of view, it's often the other part of the plant that may be more important than the food component. You also have to bear in mind that this guidance document has to cover all GM plants, including the industrial crops, for which no food analysis may have been conducted. And so therefore, we will be in a position where we will have to ask for certain compositional data which may not have been asked for food feed purposes, because the plant is not designed for food feed. It may be purely an industrial plant, and therefore we need compositional data to look at the similarities and differences between the GM and the non-GM. So there are a wide range of aspects to consider in relation to compositional analysis. And in both the MTO part and in other parts, we have tried to consider the broad range of possibilities of GMOs and to take this into account in drawing up our guidance.
Okay, now the word is on Andreas from Austria.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I also want to express our appreciation for the progress which has been made on this topic. Especially happy we have realized that the whole plant studies have been a requirement, which was a point which brought up by my country for many years now. And just to link to the topic we discussed before, we also agree that an extensive compositional analysis covering all other plant parts than the ones which are used for food is very important to get some idea on possible adverse effects on non-target organisms. Just one small remark and suggestion. We were talking at the very beginning about protection goals, and especially with non-target organisms, this is of course linked to endangered species. So maybe it would be nice to include a little bit more on that topic in the guidance document, especially linked to the directives out there, Natura 2000, which is then also linked to the then receiving environment, and which would take up one issue which was discussed heavily in the end of 2008, leading to the Council conclusions, which was agreed upon by the Member States. So Natura 2000 GMOs should be interlinked a little bit more. So at the moment, endangered species are just mentioned in half a sentence, and we would very much appreciate if the guidance document could a little bit more elaborate on that and put a little bit more emphasis on that, especially with respect to the protection goals. Thanks.
Anybody who wants to respond from the EFSA group?
I think this is more a comment than a real question, because it is addressed and we have been suggested to spend a little bit more words on this topic. And in our view, it is in the principle, we also said in the document that the area where our ERA is looking at are mainly the agro-ecosystem and the adjacent habitat. So the adjacent habitat is in fact why we added to the choice of functional group also endangered species or species of cultural values more in general. So maybe we can think together with the working group to make use of your suggestion.
Geoff?
I think that we try to address this issue when we discuss the possible exposure routes that covered or means the crop itself and weeds within the crop stand or the adjacent habitats, and through pollen dissemination probably we should add some additional sentences, but that was one of our intentions, to address this point.
Okay, I see Louise from UK.
I thought it was quite interesting when Jeremy was talking about farmer crops. I'm getting back to the two things that I think critically I don't like in this chapter, and it is this extended compositional analysis and generic hypotheses. So again, it's getting back really to giving examples. So when you said farmer crops, then yes, it sort of makes sense. But have you really worked through these things with other examples? So I'm thinking for an extended compositional analysis there on maize. So do you really think about what organisms are beneficial? I mean, as opposed to, you talked about things feeding on the crop, but presumably you're talking about pests there. So I think you've got to be really clear for decision makers what we're really talking about here, because if you are going to give a Latin name for insect pests that are feeding on it that might decline as a result, then we need, I think these are the sort of things that need to be thought through the other way around, not just the fact that there can be impacts. So I think examples in each case are really useful, because there might be instances like farmer crops, but in other cases I'd like to see where it's thought through for something like maize, where thinking about beneficial insects and what might be the adverse effect that you're actually building your hypothesis on.
All right, I think, Jeremy, you was approached by Louise.
Yeah, it's difficult to be general on this because, as I showed, it's case by case. I mean, I wasn't just thinking of pharmaceutical crops, I was thinking of industrial crops. There's a lot of crops that we grow which are not for food, they're for raw materials and energy and so on. And so obviously the data would be lacking on composition for those from a nutritional point of view. But I think it's very much case by case. I mean, and you have to think of the important associations. I mean, we had by Felix a mention of microbial associations. Now, many plants have important rhizobial or mycorrhizal associations, and if the change in the physiology of the plant is going to disrupt those, then you need to know that, because then there could be harm to the plant, because you're basically having an impact on a beneficial associated microorganism, and you could change its function or its behavior. So, there are certain situations where you might want to look at that. So particularly, say, with nitrogen-fixing plants, perennial plants, and so on, some of these associations would be of a much higher priority than they are, say, with maize, and you might need to look at these. So, I mean, this is the problem with this guidance document. It has to cover all the GM plants, and therefore it's very difficult to be very specific about what is required. But I think what you can do is try to get the applicant to think about the important associations and important areas, and to make sure that they are considering those when they're doing the risk assessment. So obviously the risk assessment for maize would be very different from, say, a perennial legume.
So, but I do think that's where you need to make it clearer, because at the moment it looks like extended compositional analysis might be something that would be standard, and when I asked the question earlier, it looked like it might be part of your hazard identification step at the beginning, like with the compositional data you're required to provide information on certain nutrients, anti-nutrients, like along the OECD guidelines. It sounded like this would be some sort of standard requirement, and that's what I got back. But from talking to you now, you can see that for the majority of cases it might not be necessary based on some sort of scientifically credible argument. So for nitrogen fixing, I can understand that, but you don't have in the document at the moment this sort of sense of proportion, and I think it might come out with a bit of further work. So it's probably there, but at the moment it's very confusing about to what extent you need to produce these data.
Okay, Salvatore.
Yeah, just a couple more examples. Anyway, I take on board the message that more examples are needed to clarify to the readers in general what we have in mind. But I would like to add another couple of examples to your question about possibly maize even. First of all, when we categorize the group of species, the functional groups, we mentioned herbivores. And I'm a little bit afraid that immediately people make the equation herbivores equal pests. Not all the herbivores are pests. Some of these are quite important in maintaining trophic chains on top of it. That's why we said this does not mean that every functional group we won't test on everything, but considering the function, because in some cases it's not just pests, there is more. Bees are herbivore, ecologically speaking. So clear enough, we just want to the applicants and also you that will assess the application to think broader, because in some cases, well, maize is not a major pollen source for bees, but I do have experience where in some landscapes bees do visit maize and they collect pollen and they keep the pollen in the hive for longer periods. So in some cases this may be relevant, in some other cases maybe not. But that's why I said this is just a way to open mind of possible directions. But again, I take as a positive message that we need to give more examples in this respect, so this is made clear.
So thank you, Detlef, for sharing in my absence. And I think I learned that you have had a good discussion and there are no more comments from the member states. My suggestion is that we move on to the next point, which is receiving environment. And here I would like to invite Geoff for the presentation.
Thank you, Elisabeth. As we see on the slide, the receiving environment is between the non-target organisms and the impact of specific cultivation, management, harvest techniques, and so on, which is true, but in the meanwhile, we all know that the receiving environment covers a range of relevant elements, topics to be considered in the environmental risk assessment, even from some comments, we learned that the socio-economic issues may belong to the receiving environment, but farming practices, cultivation practices, certainly. First of all, thanks for the comments related to the receiving environment and the annex, in which, next slide please, we tried to give some examples for various zoning approaches in Europe, which zoning approaches were developed according to the specific aim of this or that zoning approach, and certainly covered range of receiving environments. We provided some examples like the zoning for plant protection products and others. I'm not going to list. We received comments, and of course the comments range from a kind of almost minimal requirements to be considered to the all habitats in Europe to be considered. Let's go into a little bit detail. We learned that we did not specify enough what we meant under geographical zones. We received the comments that we were not clear enough pointing to the zoning concept which is most preferred by EFSA or which is recommended by EFSA. However, what is more important in the comments, from the comments we learned that we did not provide a clear guidance to the applicant, what to do, how to do along the consideration of receiving environment, how the selection process for field testing, and I recall to the species selection or non-target. We were not clear enough in our recommendations for the selection process. In this process, we were not clear enough to identify advised criteria for the selection, and one or some comments advised to put these selection criteria more into a contextual basis, starting from the problem formulation through hypothesis testing, and to give some cases, examples. So we learned a lot from the comments, and we will be working on this issue, and as already expressed, said by Salvatore, we are working on a kind of roadmap to help applicants and risk managers, decision makers in this process. We also received 2 additional suggestions for the zoning in Europe, and one is the phytogeographic or floral zoning concept, which covers 4, but if we go into more in-depth, 8 to 10 various zones, and there was also a suggestion for considering the modified Natura 2000 zoning concept. We started to discuss these issues, and what is certainly our coming task to be more clear, more guiding in terms of steps and criteria along the steps. I think I summarized the comments, and I'm sure that we will have a lot of important comments now, feedback from you. So next slide, and now the floor belongs to you. Elisabeth.
Thank you, Joseph. Comments from the member states? Okay. We will start with Hungary then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a general comment, we prefer biogeographical region instead of geographical region because it make it more clear that we are talking about the biodiversity, the fauna and flora. So we think it will be better instead of geographical one. Thank you very much.
Austria, followed by Germany.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I think there's not too much to add what Joseph already said. We're also of the opinion that the work and the text that is written in the document now forms a very good basis, but definitely needs to be elaborated further. It lays down the general concept of zoning of biogeographic regions, of environments which need to be taken into account. But yeah, as you already mentioned several times, the specificities are missing. So we need, or I think also the applicants need more clear criteria. And also what we have, or would have liked to see is, yeah, what's your preference? What zoning system the experts of EFSA, the experts of the GMO Panel, of the Environment Working Group, seem like the most, which is the most appropriate to take into account if, yeah, evaluating GMOs. I mean, we're talking about crops. It's not that diverse the plants we are talking about. I know that the habitats are, but I don't think that we need to go down to the habitat level. But yeah, some preference would be nice, some more clear guidance, which concept is the most appropriate, which additional data to this concept is needed. Yeah, just to help, first of all, the applicants and then also the evaluators if this is taken up appropriately in the document. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Germany, please.
Thank you. I just now like to echo to a certain extent what has been said. We would also prefer to have biogeographical regions and not only geographical regions. And what has been said also in the context of more giving the pros and cons of the different concepts existing out there, and then come to a conclusion, at least by the expert from the GMO panel. And in order to provide that too, we had commissioned a project just with that question, which would be, or what existing concepts are out there, and what would be the best concept in the context of the question we have to ask. So having biogeographical region interlinked with cultivation areas, and at least the result of our experts were that an adapted Natura 2000 concept connected to the cultivation area would be the best available concept when you take those which are out there and elaborate it. Thank you.
So, Joseph, I suggest that you answer now.
Thank you. At least I tried to do so. Biogeographical regions somehow are in a good line with the Natura 2000 concept, and that's an important zoning approach or system approach. In our work at that time, when we elaborated the document, we didn't want to predefine with zoning, or the only one zoning which seemed to be most relevant. Rather, we put emphasis on other criteria, and that's a little bit also an answer to other questions. The criteria mentioned by Austria, I think what is important, the qualitative parameters which should be achieved, and standards to be met by the applicant along the selection process and field testing process and species selection process, which would allow a proper conclusion for the risk. And the next step, which would result in a proper risk management offer for member states. However, I feel that we still have to work on that. And coming a little bit back to what Jeremy said before, that the guidance should be and is a general guidance which should be valid for a range of various plants, from single grasses through annual and up to perennial, maybe, plants. We want it to be general to allow applicants to fulfill this general requirement. Pros and cons mentioned by Germany. Yes, we consider this common. What we also think that when we
mentioned the various zoning systems, we may add potential benefits for the applicant or for the regulators from those zoning systems. These zoning systems may provide additional data, additional points to be considered. I mean the habitat protection issue or the pesticides registered in various zonings that relate to the cultivation practice. And I think we should also point to that, but we will address the pros and cons. Well, is there anything or something I missed?
Yeah, I think to reinforce what Joseph said, we're dealing with all GM plants, everything from trees to maybe algae. And many of these are wild species which have only just recently been cultivated or have a lot of wild relatives. So therefore, potentially, you're dealing with all environments, not the cultivated environment or the areas around cultivated environments. You're dealing with natural and semi-natural areas as well. So it's important to bear that in mind. So again, to reinforce what Joseph said, you have to consider all these potential receiving environments, not just ones related to managed systems that man operates.
Are there any more comments from the member state experts? Yeah, Beatrix, please.
Just in order to give a small comment to what Jeremy has just said, that I think was at least what I tried to convey, that you have to take into account all possible receiving environments, and for on the case-by-case basis, as you said, when you have trees or grasses or whatsoever you may have in your mind for the future to come, then you try to combine those aspects with those cultivation areas for these special GMOs, and then you come, at least to our perception, to an optimum of receiving environment you have to consider in the context of the GMO you want to cultivate.
Yes, an answer or an additional point to that a case by case and the cultivation area. There are cases where a predator is not exposed to through the prey to the insecticidal protein because the predator does not exist in that specific region in Central or Northern Europe. However, does exist in warmer areas in Southern Europe. In such cases, I think the applicant should consider that specific for those regions and cultivation practices and trophic interactions, and then address the exposure routes and risk through this. So I think that I agree with you and the cultivation areas and the cases should be considered in the future as well.
Any further remarks? Well, if that is not the case, I suggest that we take the coffee break now, and please come back at 3:20. Huh? 3:20. Yeah. Welcome back after the coffee break. We will move now to the 7th point on the agenda, which is the impact of the specific cultivation management and harvesting techniques. And the overview by the EFSA GMO panel will be presented by Antoine. Please, Antoine.
Thanks, Elisabeth. So first, I'd like to remind you of some of the aspects that have been taken into consideration when updating this guidance document. And next slide. Yeah. So first, we put more emphasis have been put on this chapter on impact of cultivation management and harvesting techniques. And because, as was mentioned this morning, cultivation and management techniques of GM plants do affect the environmental impact. And, well, in fact, depending on the way, on where and how GM plants are grown and managed, the GM plant could have greater or lower adverse environmental impact. And so it's critical to address this issue. And of course, the issue is that we have a great diversity of agricultural and production and management techniques across Europe, and to account for this in the era, it's very challenging, because this means that there is no a single baseline, but a wide range of management systems to consider. In addition to this diversity of cultivation systems, these cultivation systems are continuously evolving over time, and they are likely to change in the next future. And so we have tried to consider this issue in the guidance document. And of course, this evolving aspects over time is closely related to the long-term effects across cutting sections on long-term effects. And finally, we have introduced in this guidance document a specific dedicated section on GM herbicide-tolerant crops with specific guidance. And so this framework has been, as far as we can assess the comments we have received, has been welcome. But of course, next slide, please. Yeah. So a lot of comments have been received, so 42, and they are mostly related to, on the one hand, clarification, requests for clarification, and on the other hand, requests for more guidance, as most of the chapters we have been discussing so far. And of course, all these comments are very useful and will help us to reshape and improve this guidance document, and thanks for that. So first, clarifications have been requested on imports, and imports, some comments received, request EFSA to carry out an environmental risk assessment in third countries where imported products are grown. And to our opinion, this is clearly out of the scope of EFSA. But of course, available information from third countries may be used to support the environmental risk assessment of imported products in Europe. Tax. In fact, our tax events are covered in this specific chapter on cultivation should be clarified. And we want to make it clear that the guidance in this chapter on impact of cultivation fully applies to stacks and not only to singles. The reason why we think that the full package should be submitted for stacks is that cultivation practices for stacks could not just be the simple addition or combination of the ones which are used on singles. And this will be further elaborated in the guidance document, for example, by adding some complementing the examples we have already included in the program formulation about cultivation. The third clarification is about benefits. Some comments claim that changes in cultivation may have beneficial environmental impact. Of course, we acknowledge that this
that could be the case, and that this may take into consideration by decision makers when making their decisions about approval. But the overall risk-benefit balance is out of our remit, and as any other socio-economic aspect, even if it's important for the process of marketing GMOs. And again, the applicant may provide information which could be further used by competent authorities, but it's out of our remit. Now, more guidance requested on first, well, the selection of receiving environment and assessing endpoints. We have been discussing that before, and I won't comment on that right now. The second aspect is a major comment for us. It's about the term of a request for scenario analysis we have included in this chapter, and comments said that more guidance is needed on what is meant by a scenario analysis and how it should be carried out in terms of approaches, methods, data to be provided. And in fact, well, when we are talking about comparative approach, you've got on the one hand the comparative approach for the GM plant. But here in this chapter we are talking about management systems, and it's a little bit different. And in fact, the challenge we have here is to compare a range of GM-based management systems with a range of evolving non-GM current systems. Well, at least those current systems the GM are likely to replace, maybe not all current systems, as we discussed this morning. And so the applicants, we are discussing this, and so the idea, the rationale for this scenario analysis is that applicants should consider under which conditions or scenarios specific GM management systems likely to be adopted by farmers may lead to greater, similar, or lower environmental adverse effects than the comparable conventional systems they are likely to replace. So that's the rationale. And well, we are discussing that. The idea is to use to discuss representative scenarios, including worst-case scenarios that should be selected and assessed using kind of taking advantage of field genetic data, existing field genetic data, modeling studies, desk studies. Well, that's what we are currently discussing. And at the end of the day, we hope that the working group and the panel will be able to provide more detailed guidance on how to carry out this scenario analysis. Of course, if a specific case of the GM herbicide-tolerant crop can be used to build up such guidance. But in fact, we want to be as generic as possible in the final guidance document. And the last point is about the interplay between the GMO and the pesticide regulation, at least, well, for example, for the GM HT crops. And of course, some overlapping may occur. But the way we are addressing this issue is that at least the working group will provide scientific guidance. So, and then let decision makers decide under which regulation it should be addressed. But from a scientific point of view, we will address the full package for the indirect effect of, for example, herbicide-tolerant crops, even if some issues could be covered by other regulations. That's another view of what we have received.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Now the floor is open to the member state experts who would want to comment on this topic. Okay. Netherlands. Netherlands, please.
Thank you very much. again, in this paragraph, it stated correctly that GM plants can lead to changes in the production systems and that these changes can affect the environment. We fully agree with that. But again, as mentioned earlier in the general comments, we see some open endings here, and especially where does this scope end regarding this topic. One point is that at this stage, the document reflects the fact that the agriculture is highly dynamic and subject to changes, which is, well, happening all the time. And this opens the questions with regard to the baseline and comparator. And again, as mentioned earlier, there's no guidelines on how this baseline should be defined. And as an example, I would like to mention that for the market release of a GM maize variety, which can lead to a substantial increase of acreage at the cost of other crops. And it is known for maize that it might be less environmentally friendly for biodiversity than other crops, for instance, like oilseed rape. And should these negative effects on biodiversity prohibit the market release of such a GM maize, or should the effect of cultivation of GM maize be compared with those of conventional maize? And this example shows that you also enter here the area of socio-economic analysis or assessment, and that brings me back to my former comment on where does it end, what is the limitation of this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Germany would like to comment.
Thank you. Also, just to emphasize once again what has been said in the beginning, especially in the context of impacts of specific cultivation management and harvesting techniques, the comparator, or what is the comparison in the context of management system, is of utmost importance. What is chosen there, and therefore we would appreciate if there is some form of recommendation, because there will be big differences in different countries, also in the European Union, that at least besides of some further guidance, that the applicant should describe what he takes as a comparison, because sometimes that is really missing in the application files. So you do not have the description, what is the management system, what is taken as comparison to the system where the GM plant is cultivated. So that is one point. And in addition, that is maybe also, again, only an aspect of wording, but nevertheless a little bit of confusing, that in the different chapters of this, sub-chapters of this chapter, sometimes there is reference only to the comparable plant, sometimes to the management system, sometimes to both. So it is not really clear what to the conventional counterparts. So maybe there should be once again to look into these wordings, and it is really are these words meant interchangeable, or are they really describing different things or different comparisons at that place? And again, in order for the sake of transparency, or in order to be transparent, we would really appreciate a very clear separation of describing the impacts and then having the evaluation of acceptability or not acceptability, so that really the basis for any decision to be taken is very open and transparent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The floor is open for Antoine to answer.
Yeah, first we are aware that this, well, as far as we are looking at indirect and over time long-term effects, it may never end. And we are aware of that. And but we think that we cannot, well, we want to make it clear that we cannot just look at the direct effect on the one hand and to the current situation. And so what we would like is that applicants to go a little bit further, to look at the major trends that could occur, and of course the introductions of GM plants which may provide farmers with an increased income, may lead to more acreage and so on. So, and it's not predictable, of course, but that's why we introduced this concept of scenarios. We may try to assess what would happen if, for example, the acreage of maize increased twice as it is now, and if the uptake of the GM maize were 20 or 40, and we can end up saying, okay, whatever is the uptake of the change in management systems, we don't foresee any additional adverse effects in some cases. So that's this kind of reasoning we would like to see in the application, and to be sure that the decision makers are aware of that. And of course, to some extent, it relates to risk management, but the risk assessment may provide some general considerations that may help decision makers then to manage the introduction of GM. As for comparators, yes, of course, as I said, we are dealing with, in this case, we are dealing with a distribution of management systems rather than with a single comparator. So I think we have to distinguish the comparators for the plants, which is clear. We can have a discussion saying it's a conventional counterpart and that's it. For management systems, the term of comparison is a little bit more complex. In terms of guidance, that's what we are trying to do. But as it is already requested by the EFSA GMO Panel for GM herbicide-free on crop applications, in which the applicant is requested to provide a description of a potential herbicide regimes likely to be adopted, the idea to extend this concept of descriptions of a potential management system for any kind of GM applications we may have, and so to describe the potential range of GM-based management systems and the conventional system they are likely to replace. And yes, that's what we will try to further develop, and I think that's it.
Thank you, Antoine. Are there any other comments from the member states? No? Yes, a comment from Paul. Okay.
I have a small comment concerning the defining baselines. It was not directly raised as a question, but I think everybody realizes that we do not have a lot of data concerning baselines. And but I think this is work in progress. I know there's for the soil environment, besides represent, there's a new EU project which will define baselines. They also use another expression called normal operating range. So I think baseline data will be much more common and much more available. And I think also there was an EFSA tender on insects. If I'm not, maybe you, some EFSA people would know about that, which also deals with similar issues to define how many insects do we have in various parts of Europe. Thank you.
Yeah, I can confirm we had a call open for filling a database with information on non-target organisms in the areas of a GM crop, and the margins And the idea behind this call is exactly to support the risk assessment in this area by knowledge, baseline knowledge, and to help with this. But EFSA, of course, is not a research institution, so this is more in collecting already existing information. But new data that need to be generated would have to be done in another frame. And as you mentioned, there is a new project also. Yeah. Thank you. If there are no further questions to that topic, I would say we can go to the next one, which is a very open topic. Any other issues related to environmental risk assessment guidelines here that have not come up yet, you can pick up again on items that you find have not been discussed enough. Let me first ask the member state experts, are there some topics that you want to bring in this session? Sweden, please.
Sweden would like to point out that the word rare used for the probability for horizontal gene transfer from plant to microorganisms is maybe a bit misleading. The word rare gives the impression that such a phenomenon is known to occur, but this phenomenon has not been observed during natural conditions. That is not manipulated condition as far as Sweden knows. And there are also a few factors that Sweden considers should be added to the list for problem formulation that starts on line 1569. And these are: 1, a comparison between the probability for horizontal gene transfer and spontaneous mutation for bacteria that cause antibiotic resistance. And 2, horizontal gene transfer from the bacterial strain that originally received the gene to pathogenic strains, and ways of dispersal transmission for pathogenic strains. And 3, the intended use of the genetic modified plant should be assessed. And in addition, there is an unreasonable requirement in the conclusion for this chapter 3.2 plant to microorganism gene transfer. There is a request for quantitative monitoring of horizontal gene transfer. This monitoring of horizontal gene transfer is a phenomenon that maybe not exist during agriculture condition, and it is for that reason maybe this unreasonable requirement. And Sweden considers that monitoring should comply to the guidance for monitoring in Directive 2001/18, that monitoring efforts must have a reasonable chance to give a useful result. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lucia, would you like to answer to that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, in fact, the environmental risk assessment working group is aware of these difficulties on assessing this particular topic, due to the fact that the frequency of the likelihood of occurrence of this horizontal gene transfer is very rare and very low and difficult to tackle. No? There is no many methods available right now to assess this horizontal gene transfer. Anyway, we focus this topic on as well the problem formulation, always case by case. We know that the antibiotic resistant marker genes is an important topic under this issue, but it's almost already dealt under the EFSA antibiotic resistant marker genes opinion. So we did reference to this opinion, and as I mentioned before, case by case, it's important to focus on the transgene inserted in the GM plant, and collect relevant information on the hazard identification and exposure, characterization also. Regarding the monitoring plan, we also aware it's difficult because there is no much, there's no many methods available to do so in natural conditions. So I repeat, we base our text on case-by-case approach and taking into account all the relevant information already existing in the scientific literature. I think also to take into account best studies if it's necessary. The most important thing is to provide a clear rationale to make this risk assessment on horizontal gene transfer case by case.
Okay, thank you. And I think Detlef wants...
One minor point to add, that always when it comes to horizontal gene transfer and this assessment, I agree that rarity is not the only element, but the consequence. So we always go forward and look, or try to look forward, what would be the consequence if it happens, and so to complete the risk assessment.
Any other comments from the member states? Beatrix, please.
Yeah, once again, I raised that in the beginning, and that's quite good things, I think, links to the question on horizontal gene transfer, that is the aspect of uncertainties and how uncertainties are addressed in the guidance, how they have to be taken into account, at least elaborated on, in order to have that as a basis also for the decision making, combined with the precautionary principle. It was mentioned that precautionary principle is not really mentioned in the guidance, so it is an important aspect of the overall assessment and decision making. And I'd like to point out also in the context of horizontal gene transfer that at least in the last years there are a number of publications, not especially on horizontal gene transfer between plant and microorganisms, but horizontal gene transfer between plant cells, for example, in the context of grafting and other things. So that is an indication, at least if there is a close connection between different cells, that there is some form of opportunity of, even in these systems, of a form of horizontal gene transfer. Maybe we have to look into that topic again. At least that is my certain form of perception when reading these papers. And even if until now there is a perception that it is a rare event, so to have it under natural conditions or under conditions of agricultural management, that there is horizontal gene transfer from plants to microorganisms. We have the experience from other cases that rare events can come to quite to events quite remarkable when there is a certain form of selection pressure. And as far as I know the literature, most of the experiments done in the context of horizontal gene transfer is done without selection pressure, and therefore that may be not the whole picture we need in order to do the assessment.
Thank you. Jeremy, you would like to address that point?
In relation to the precautionary principle, I mean, I think that's why we're all here. I mean, the whole thing that is driving the regulation of GMOs is the precautionary principle, and what we're developing with this guidance document is the precautionary approach in response to that principle. I think if people believe there is some fundamental divergence of what we're doing away from the precautionary principle, it would be useful to receive a more concrete example of where we're going in the wrong direction. But my understanding is that what we're doing with GMOs is responding exactly to the precautionary principle, in that we treat GMOs totally differently from conventionally bred crops, and that is purely because we've been asked to take this extremely precautionary approach. To move on to horizontal gene transfer and uncertainty, I think if you read the latest opinion that came out from EFSA on it, I think the likely frequency of horizontal gene transfer in bacteria is less than 10 to the minus 16. So if you want an uncertainty figure, we can throw that one up. Now, how you interpret that figure is up to you, but basically it means, as our colleague from Sweden says, it's never been reported, and but maybe one day somebody will find it occurring. I think what is interesting is that there was a paper published recently by Stotsky et al. Which showed that horizontal gene transfer does occur between insecticidal BT, applied often to organic crops, and wild bacteria. So there you have a situation where something which everybody thinks is very safe and is not concerned about is actually causing horizontal gene transfer of an insect toxin gene. But nobody's worried about that. Our precautionary principle tells us that that's quite acceptable and it's okay. If it was a GM plant doing it, everybody would be up in arms and absolutely horrified. So we do, I think, bend over backwards to accommodate the precautionary principle in what we do with GMOs.
Other aspects that you would like to address? Netherlands, please.
Yeah, another issue aspect is regarding monitoring and long-term effects. As I understand, the post-market environmental monitoring is considered to be out of scope for the moment for this exercise. Yet we see a strong connection, at least the Netherlands sees a strong connection to long-term effects and or anticipated unintended effects. And we are of the opinion that these effects are best to dealt with under a regime of post-market environmental monitoring, in which the monitoring will act as an early warning system, because that is the limitation of the general surveillance system in our view. Thank you.
Geoff, would you like to address this with long-term effects?
Well, I think that was a comment rather than anything else, and what we're asking or introducing in this latest version of the risk assessment is for applicants to conduct a desk study on how they see potential long-term effects arising, if any, in the various individual areas of risk assessment. Now, this may well lead on to and feed into some monitoring that's done, but we felt that there was a need to introduce it as a separate cross-cutting theme here, because it didn't appear as such in the monitoring as it is. Now, the limit of our assumed remit, which is not to revise the section on monitoring, mean that this section, this chapter, was put separately as a desk study. Now, if there is still debate on whether or not we should revise monitoring as well, then that's another matter. But we do feel that a section on long-term effects, asking applicants to consider, without further experimentation, consider on the basis of their knowledge the potential for these effects in a desk study, should still stand within the revised guidelines. But how it would relate to monitoring would be another matter, I think.
Other comments by the member states? Are there comments from the working group or panel members that they would like to raise some issues now? Yes, Mark?
Yes, just something to add to the information, the answer of Salvatore to Aninda about the range of herbivore tested and the interest of classical pests to be followed as information in regulation activity in danger linked to the GMO plants. Clearly, it is more easy to follow, to evaluate very abundant species on the plant, and a change, difference between the GMO and the near-isogenic plant may show a lack in regulation activity, regulation function linked to the GMO plant. And for a problem of power in analysis, it is better to have observation on a very abundant species than a very rare species. You will increase the powerful of the analysis. It is clearly a problem actually to have a good certainty. So the rare herbivore species are welcome to be observed, to be followed up, and the very abundant species, pests, main pests, are very efficient to show the case of modification in regulation function due to the GM tested. It was perhaps something to add to the answer to, we discussed about this topic during our meeting, taking the example of aphids at the beginning of 18th, aphids increasing in plots treated by peptinoid because the predators and some parasites, mainly predator, was destroyed by the spraying of peptinoid. So it is a good example. We have a long experience on such observation and assessment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mark. Last round, last possibility. Do you want to raise some additional issues? It seems we have exhaustively, intensively discussed. So I would suggest that we then progress towards the closing of the meeting. We have some announcements, but also Detlef would like to make a short summary on the main discussion points. Please, Detlef.
Yeah, I was forced to do so a couple of minutes ago, so I tried to look back on the notices I made during the meeting, and I must say I have written down a number of very helpful things on top of what we have already received from all of you and all those who are not here in the room and also contributed with written comments to the guidance document. And I think in the name of the working group members, I appreciate all the time everybody has taken to read the document. It took some time, I noticed, and maybe some have not enough time, but to write down things and to let us know what you think is important and we should consider. And I will briefly go to some of the points. Maybe I've missed some, but first of all, the status of this document, it's a guidance document, and as the document says, it should give guidance, of course. This is one thing. So I took home that we probably really need to think about where we can be more prescriptive. But still, I must say, we still intend to have a living document. And when you look back, the first guidance document we gave, we provided in 2003, 2004. So in terms of long-term effects, it's absolutely short-term that we are revisiting this document again after a few years. Okay, we need some flexibility, because every year when you look on what's coming out on publications, the knowledge is increasing also on risk assessment, and this needs to be taken into account. So I hope we will find the right balance, guidance on the one hand, flexibility on the other hand. Yeah, right. Of course, and this is my second point, you have noticed that we have some new elements. There is progress in environmental risk assessment, and first of all, and on top of that, this new element of problem formulation, which we try to integrate, causes some headache. And we need to put this or implement this in a way that everybody understands it and everybody likes it. I must say that we have here an element to collect all the available information and to focus then all our efforts and, of course, limited resources that are there to a good and reliable risk assessment. Coming to the resources and the assessment, this is the next point I have, baselines, because I think everybody agrees that we need to compare the GMO with something. Baseline can be agriculture in a certain region, it can be the dynamic of an ecosystem, it can be the variability, and even in gene expression on the molecular level that also needs to be taken into account. So here we need to find something that is also accepted in terms of comparators. Next point, data resources. So I learned that, again, a new element, the extended compositional analysis is causing some headache. Maybe it comes from the idea we had first introduced a year ago, where maybe all of a sudden we came up with this new word, and some people feared, oh, wow, there's a new approach, and fear that an extensive data set has to be provided on the one hand. On the other hand, it was not clear maybe what we meant, but it simply is a small tool that can be used. We don't think that it can substitute others, but it is an addition that we may try out. And also this relates to this case of implanter data. So this is another element that applicants specifically may need to get used to, that implanter data are essential for the assessment of unintended, unanticipated effects. And I have the feeling if we have some good data and can get from the early as possible, or can reach as early as possible in the risk assessment that unintended effects are unlikely, then we can really focus the risk assessment on a trait-specific evaluation. So this, event versus trait-specific information, this needs to be clarified, and we promise that we will go back to each chapter on specific area of risk and to look back and clarify to what extent event-specific information is the basis and where we can then switch further and where trait-specific information comes in. The second last point I have is on monitoring. Again, I take home this is important. I noticed also that there was much progress in science, and we need to mention also the outcome of other working groups that presented paper in the meanwhile. I think the only change we made in the current guidance document is that there is a new requirement to report on monitoring. But we certainly need to include, for example, at one stage, the checklist that was provided by the DG Environment Working Group on Monitoring and others. Which brings me now to the final conclusion on one other key word, and this is proportionality, which is important. So risk assessment is neither research nor is it a small exercise that can bring something on the market. So there is a requirement to have scientifically sound data presented in a proportionate way based on the characteristics of the GM plant, the scope of the application, whether it is an import dossier or it is a cultivation dossier, where we have, in most cases, so never say in all cases, but in most cases, a different exposure and different consequences for the environment. And closely linked to proportionality is also acceptability. So acceptability is something where we at EFSA as risk assessors can provide maybe the first step, but it's then up to the member states, so you and the risk managers, to translate when we say the likelihood that a non-target butterfly is affected is less than 1%, to translate this into whether this is acceptable or not. And this is maybe the point where then later on the implementation of all this national law becomes more important than our opinion that we give or must or should have to give for the whole receiving environments for Europe. Yeah, with this, I think my colleagues here contributing so far and for this exercise, also maybe in your name, Salvatore, that also in your working group, the working group members contributed significantly into the work, and they still are busy, and I hope we will have some summer break to continue and to finalize the document. So, yeah, thank you very much for listening, and again, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Detlef, for that summary. From EFSA's point, I would also like to thank all the commenters for all the comments we have received. That was a large majority of the comments came from you, the member state experts, but we had other stakeholder groups, we had organizations, we had individuals, and we thank them all for the comments. The discussions here will be part of the considerations in the working groups when they are updating the guidance documents, as well as all the other comments. I would like to remind you that we will prepare a technical report. EFSA will do that. We will send the report around to you for your comments, and we will then make it publicly available. And I would also like to announce, some of you have heard it, have seen the email messages, that we have fixed a date now in fall to start the first meeting of the new EFSA network, which is called EFSA Scientific Network on Risk Assessment of GMOs. It is a forum for member state experts to discuss methodology, risk assessment approaches in the area of GMO, and we will have our first kick-off meeting in 22nd and 23rd of November in this year. We have received nominations via the advisory forum, so we have asked for nominations of 2 experts per member state country, and we are hoping that you will be able to attend in full force and that we will have, again, very good discussions. I think Karin also wanted to announce a call for cooperation, so to speak.
Yes, I think it's a very good opportunity with all 18 member states here present to mention the possibility for collaboration. So we do have cultivation files for which we always send an expression of interest to the member state and ask to the member state who would be interested to carry out the initial environmental risk assessment. We would like to thank very much the ones that are already involved in this process, and would welcome any more member states or new member states that have not done that yet. The other announcement is a call which is open in EFSA for seconded national experts, which are experts from a member state that are delegated for 1 year or few years to EFSA. And one of the possibilities
is also in the field of GMO risk assessment.
Thank you, Karin. So if you feel inclined to help more, as you are doing already, to maybe step forward to do the environmental risk assessment, it was also discussed that more than one member state could form a team to do that, even though EFSA would like to have one member state as the vis-a-vis, but you could share the work with other member states so that the burden is not so heavy on one single member state to do this environmental risk assessment for the cultivation files. That brings me really to the end of the meeting now. I would like to thank all of you for coming, for the discussions, for the positive comments that we have received, and appreciation of the work that has been done by the working group experts, by the panel experts. Also, thank you very much for coming here and being available, and for what is going to come until the document is finalized, which will be quite a task. I think we all agree on that. Thank you to the technical personnel that has done the webcasting, which was also a big exercise. And thanks again to the BVL, to our host institution, and all the people that were involved in preparing this meeting, with the added burden of also preparing all the technical arrangements, helping with the technical arrangements for the webcast. So thank you, Detlef, again. I wish you a good trip back to your home countries, and I would like to also say goodbye to all our online viewers. Goodbye.